You have a dream. You have all the drive in the world. You have talent to burn. Now all you need is a chance. Toyota are committed to developing and nurturing the next generation of world-class racing drivers. Because if you can dream it, we can do it.
Well, the time for waiting is over. 2020 comes into full view for a championship which many had thought that everyone is thinking that this is the time. This is the moment when people start thinking, okay, what's going to come up for this brand new year? A new vehicle, potentially. Maybe you're looking at new tracks. Maybe you want a little bit of both. And that's what you're finding right here, right now. When it comes to this with Raceline, when it comes to this on World Pro Racing, when it comes to this. Hello, everyone, on the Toyota Gazoo Racing Facebook page of New Zealand. Welcome, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Sim Racing. Welcome to rFactor 2. And welcome to the Manfeild Circuit here in this wonderful, wonderful New Zealand area. It's Jake Sperry here in the commentary booth, joined alongside, as ever, by Caitlin Penny, Justin Missard on the cameras for us, and of course, our chief race director being Adrian Fagayo, and our chief race steward, George Muscat, as well. But we are just in the lulls before we get ourselves looking towards qualifying and everything that is going to come along with that. 2 heat races here today, which then moves on into sprint format and everything else that joins alongside. It's going to be very, very important to see how this is all going to play out for drivers. Caitlin, we welcome you into the conversation. It's going to be a very, very tough night of racing, morning of racing, for a lot of others as well. They've got to be right out there and making sure that they are getting everything perfect for not 1 race tonight, but for 2.
Thank you very much. Yes, Happy New Year, everyone, I should say, and Happy New Year to you as well, Jake. The Manfeild Park pre-circuit, which I'm watching right now, appears to be a very short circuit, which should play into the race rather nicely. It means we're likely to get things such as traffic coming into effect later on. And for the 2 races that the drivers are going to have to navigate, they're going to have to get used to it pretty quickly and pretty well here. We have some packed grids. Of course, we do actually have 3 races here today. Of course, we say 2 because the drivers are only going to be racing in 2 each, although the layout of the races will be we will explain very shortly. But yeah, what an event. Toyota Racing Gazoo New Zealand, the new Tatuus FT-60, and Manfeild quite an interesting circuit for this too.
It is. It's a very narrow circuit. It's one which is conducive to different ways of racing. You have to be very, very precise with the way that these sorts of battles go around this track. You've got to be pretty much absolutely on it from minute number 1 to minute number last. And let's talk about this circuit just for the moment here, Caitlin, because there aren't many opportunities here. It's the shorter layout of the track. You don't use the full elongated layout, so your big opportunities down into Toyota at turn number 1. You got yourself the big run out at turn 6, and then if you're very brave, you can go at the very long turn number 7. It's a tough place to go out there and to get everything working, but what is known as well is the fact that those corners are not tight corners, which makes overtaking very difficult around here today.
Yeah, it's a very Pacific style layout of circuit in terms of the general feel of it, the width of the circuit, the amount of twists and turns that it has. Although there's also a good deal of straight. That is a good percentage of the track is straight, but mainly only because it's such a short track. The straights aren't really that big of a slipstream opportunity at all, especially since they're separated by that long final corner, which has quite high curves on the outside as well, and the wall gets increasingly closer as you put the power down. It's definitely a challenging circuit. It's one that a lot of Toyota Racing New Zealand drivers look forward to every time they go there. I remember watching the races here a couple of years ago and just thinking, wow, this is an exciting circuit for these cars. They've always raced well here, although of course this is the first time that we've seen the FT-60 out, as opposed to the previous iteration of Toyota Racing New Zealand car. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go around here today.
It certainly will be very, very interesting. What will also be interesting is who will put themselves in position to pick up the victory. Of course, we know that drivers are going to try and qualify their way through into the final tonight. It's two 15-minute races, one 15-minute race for those who are entering the first race, and then the second race is another 15 minutes, and the combined results of those mean that we get our grids over for what will be the 30-minute feature, which will happen in terms of our racing this evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you may be. But it's only 1.88 miles, 3-kilometer track, 8 corners is always very, very difficult to deal with when you don't have many places to go out there and get some moves all done, as we are currently looking at everything just getting itself ready to get going at this point in time in terms of qualifying at this point in time. I think a lot of drivers want to be out there, want to be setting those times and want to be doing so very quickly, but you cannot turn away from a broadcast and look away from the man who is positioned named as Jurnej Simoncic. He had a 2019 which many drivers would envy in sim racing. He picked himself up FSR World Championship, picked himself up GT3 Master individual title, picked himself up one ACO Invitational champion. Now you start looking at 2020. Is this going to be the same year for Jurnej Simoncic, who currently finds himself 0.4 of a second, nearly half a second, at the top of qualifying at the moment?
Well, anyone who's seen Jurnej Simoncic racing, anyone who's driven on a track with him, knows just how fast he is, and he's got a lot of momentum behind him at the minute. Of course, not only did he win all of those championships last year, but he also got quite far in the World's Fastest Gamer tournament as well, and proved himself to be one of the world's fastest sim racing drivers, and yeah, definitely world class. So I think I'd be surprised if he didn't take away a few more big championships here this year. And this event here is a good way to get started. It may be a non-championship race, but it's a big event with some big names in it, and I'm sure that he's going to be wanting to continue his momentum, and I'm sure a lot of the other drivers will definitely be looking at him as the one to beat here.
Yeah, he certainly is the one to beat. Paul August Lana, currently in second position. He's half a second off of what is needed at the moment, and that is not going to be very conducive for drivers looking to find some improvements. Filippo Caneo does find his improvements. He moves to within 0.8 of pole position, up into 6th position. Chris Shepherd, though, goes into second, and he does very well with what he wanted there. 59.5, good enough for him to move up exactly where he wants to. But of course they are going to restart the session and get practice official. Drivers were not in, and already we have had a couple of issues getting everything up together, but we do believe that things are going to be ready and okay now to get the schedule underway. So they'll get themselves a bit more time to practice, which will move themselves over towards qualifying once again and the race. But that is going to be very telling, that qualifying session that we just saw, what is now not a qualifying session anymore, because this is going to be the one big key to take away from that. Drivers who went out there and qualified, they've shown their hands already. I saw a couple of drivers, Cameron Dance, who I know incredibly well. I've had the opportunity to share a commentary booth with Cam Dance in the past. Likes of Jose Ignacio, Vlad Tokarev, as we've just seen contact coming out of pit lane there with Nathan Misford, one of the drivers who got caught up in that. Drivers who did not take to qualifying or that qualifying session, they are going to be at the biggest disadvantage because they've shown their hand already.
Yeah, well, I don't really see what the other drivers can do about it, because in qualifying you can show your hand, but you can't show how you did it necessarily, and really that means nothing unless the other drivers can replicate it. I suppose it does give them more motivation, and potentially if they were watching those laps and analysing them to see what those drivers were doing to make them so fast, then yeah, I suppose it could give a slight advantage to the opponents, but still I think Yanni Simoncic is very much going to be the driver to beat. Good to see plenty of drivers in the server now. We were worried a bit before, but I think we were just having some technical issues. Everything appears to be fine now. Of course, it's going to be the first 13 drivers at the end of race 1 that go through to the final, and the top 13 from race 2 go through to the final as well. So it's good that we have over 13 drivers. I think it's going to be closer to 20 by the time the race starts. That's always good to see, and it keeps it competitive in a very competitive field.
It certainly does, and I think all these drivers know that they don't have to go out and win this opening race here. They know what they need to do. They need to finish inside of the top 13. That means as of current, with 17 drivers currently in session right now, there will be 4 casualties, which will be the big hurt for quite a few of them who do not get their races going the way that they want to. It's not the easiest track in the world, as we have already specified and said. It is very difficult as well if you get it wrong too. Remember, this is not a Herman Tilke design track. There is only one corner on this entire layout which has any form of runoff, and that is the outside, the final part of turn 7, which is conducive to lining to the pit road. Get it wrong, you're out in the grass. Get it even more wrong, and you almost have yourself the stand down issue, which is you go across the track and there's more track. There is very little margin for error, and one of the few things to say is that some of the infields of these tracks, if you do get it wrong, feels very much like you're driving through a field.
Yeah, because you are, basically, and I've seen some pretty big accidents at this circuit in the world of real life. Formula Toyota Racing Series New Zealand, sorry, I'll get it out eventually, but yeah, definitely you do not want to be going off at a track like this. The walls are very close to the circuit in some places, especially in the final sector, and at the other sectors, of course, you've got grass and gravel and curbs, and those curbs are definitely higher than they look. They look flat, but I can tell you what, they're almost corrugated, really. You bounce and bound over them, and although I've never driven this circuit myself, I can see just how difficult it must be. It's certainly not going to be an easy ride.
No, it's certainly not. And let's talk about turn 5 as one of the most difficult corners on this track, just after the Castrol S's turns 3 and 4 out on circuit. That turn 5 is the most unique corner on this track and will be the one that causes the most problems, because it does have a degree of banking to it, and that makes life very difficult to put the power down on the exit. So aggressive, almost carousel-like without the concrete. It is a very tough corner to get correct, and if you get it wrong, you're going around and there is not much you can do to save the vehicle.
Judging by just looking at it, it appears to be the tightest corner on the circuit. Still fairly fast, partly because of the banking, also partly because it's wider than some of the other hairpins in motorsports. But yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a place where we see drivers getting it wrong over the course of today. Would you like to have a ride on board with the car and see what it looks like from a driver's perspective?
I certainly would. The number 6 of Terence Grech wants to try and make a run for a lap, so we'll go on board with him into turn number 1. This Toyota corner, always very difficult, deceptive late apex before you get yourself on the power and onto the exit as well. Nice little escape road there, you can use a little bit. passing corner, so to speak, of turn 2. It's a gentle right, but you're already into the Castrol S. It's turn 3, turn 4, and then you're immediately into this very difficult turn 5, which banks itself on the inside. Very difficult to put the power down onto the exit, and a lap goes very, very quickly around here as you head down the Dennyholm straight, looking towards turn number 6. This is Higgins Corner, and this is another big place where an overtake can happen, but you've got to be alongside. You've got to use the draft in your favour to get that done. Back straight, you hit before turn number 7, the big turn 7 of Dunlop Corner. You've got to make sure that you're carrying as much speed as you can. Widen the corner as much as possible. Get yourself to the inside for the mid part of the apex. Slightly wide there was Grech, who's moved down into 7th position. Across the line he goes. He does not find improvement. He's on a 1 minute .027 at the moment, 0.8 of a second off of pole position. We're talking about drivers who could maybe challenge Jurne Simoncic for this one. Tom Satherley, certainly someone who could get himself a good run. The New Zealander said earlier on that he was expecting maybe a bit of rain coming along for race 2. It's only a stone's throw away from this Manfeild Circuit in real life. So that means for Tom Satherley, he's probably got the best experience of anybody else when it comes to this circuit, Kate.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he has any experience of driving it in person. I'm not quite sure what racing experience Tom Satherley has. I know I've seen him doing a couple of other rFactor 2 races in the past, so he's definitely familiar with the sim, and he's familiar with single-seaters as well. Although I think with this being his local track, the chances are he may well have driven on it in real life a couple of times, and on top of that, he would definitely have done more laps here on the sim.
He certainly would have done, and it's going to be very telling to see who finds themselves with improvements at the moment. Your top 10 looks like this. Simoncic from Satherley, then it's Vlad Tokarev, who is currently in 3rd, Chris Shepherd 4th, Martin Ansol in 5th place, then it's Dean Vella, Filippo Caneo, Paul August Lana moves up into 8th place, Noah Ruvers in 9th place, and 10th currently is Terence Grech, who's moved down the field as they all look to try and get those times in practice working out in favour. Thomas Vark just not in session at this point in time, but they still have themselves 7 minutes before they get themselves over to qualifying, and these are going to be very big practice times. These are going to be very telling practice moments, because if they have to go and get the practices done at this point, Caitlin, they know that they've been allowed an extra few minutes to get themselves together, work out what the car is doing on the tyres on a 29-degree ambient and track temperature around what is effectively a summertime racetrack here when it comes to this series.
Yeah, my apologies for those technical difficulties there. Just had a little internet glitch, but I'm heading straight back in. Yeah, of course, Manfield Park is one of those circuits where not many people have really driven it. It's not a huge international circuit, and while it is quite well used, it tends to be used more for kind of club racing events and things like that. So I expect experience is really going to come into play. I'm not sure who has how much experience around here. But I expect that the drivers who have raced here before are going to have more of an advantage than they would at, say, an international circuit like a Formula 1 circuit or something like that. It's going to be down to who knows the track, who can learn it quicker for those who haven't driven here before, and those who make the fewest mistakes in the race as well.
Let's talk advantage then for a second here, Caitlin, because you talk about advantage, you talk about this new car, new track on the workshop. So this means that this FT-60, very much a Formula 3 style vehicle, is very much going to be a car that is not really being tested too much, as drivers will look to find improvements. Vlad Tokarev has just gone fastest, 59.137. So it's all about drivers learning the car, finding the improvements, finding the track rubbering in, and getting all of what you can out of the tyres, out of this entire area. You have to talk about those sorts of things because, of course, a track and a car which has been brought in the December roadmap build, that is not much time to get accustomed and up to speed when a premiere is happening.
That's a very good point, Jake. You're absolutely right. Of course, because it's a brand new car, because no one has driven or raced this car before in the world, not just in sim racing, it means these drivers are really going to have to get used to that as well. I can't imagine this car probably feels that different to a Formula 3 car, or maybe to the other, or the older Toyota Racing New Zealand car, although it does appear to have a longer wheelbase, meaning it's probably going to be a little bit more stable in the corners. It appears also to be a little bit flatter. I'm expecting it to be a little bit faster through the corners because it probably has a better weight distribution, weight balance, lower center of gravity, and as a result, it will probably handle a little bit different to how the other one did. But in terms of pace, probably will only be about a couple of tenths of a second faster, but still. I can imagine it's going to be fantastic for close racing, fantastic for the purposes it's been designed for, and I'm looking forward to seeing what these drivers can do with it at this track, and who can get used to it quicker.
Well, who can get used to it quicker? Who can find what they want? I've just caught an eye on Chris Shepherd. He said turn 5 is like ice, so that's not going to be helpful. What is, though, is Jone Simoncic is back in his rightful place, some may say, at the top of the field. 59.086. He puts himself up to the top. He is on track behind Vlad Tokarev, so that's going to be very telling for Tokarev, who runs it off of the circuit. I'm not sure if he'll abandon that and attempt to go, or he might just be able to get it back up to speed, have a very good run in towards turn number 1. For those who do get it wrong, pit lane is also very difficult. Filters right out into that apex for turn number 1. Very, very difficult to get right. Normally you see those sorts of pit exits being very difficult. Of course, there's no mandatory pit stops when it comes to the 15-minute racing that we're seeing. But if someone gets it horribly wrong, needs to come down in, get the car repaired, get back out again, or has a penalty of some kind, they need to be right on it, because if they are lap traffic, then those vehicles coming out of pit road could very easily find themselves an incident.
Yeah, totally. It filters right onto the racing lane there, so you do have to be very aware of that in qualifying. I've seen a couple of people having some close calls already. 18 drivers on the server now. That's great to see. We've just gained David Rocek, and I tell you what, we've seen Rocek being pretty quick in the GT3 Masters, and also in other championships throughout rFactor 2 in the past. This is the first single-seater WPR race that he's done, but immediately puts it 4th place in the order. So yeah, definitely look out for David Rocek. He could be a contender today. Still a little way off Jone Simoncic and Tom Sadley, but well, that was his first flying lap. There's time to be gained.
I wouldn't say that he's a little bit off, being a 10th and a 3/4 off of the pace. Tom Sadley is only 7/1000 off of what he needs at the moment, as we apologise for the couple of issues that we have seen earlier on. I know we've apologised already for it, but I've only just been notified of issues. But you talk about Simoncic, Savali, they're in second. The practice is coming to an end. Qualifying will be up after this, and this is going to be telling. Rocek as well. Talk about him for a moment. Big ties, of course, for the Avid Chronic Racing team. But over the new year, heard the news that he's going to be jumping up, joining alongside some very, very good drivers at the HM Engineering team. And that, from Rocek, is going to be a big, big step up, moving away from Avid Chronic.
New environment, new team, new setups potentially, new style of going about racing, and of course I don't know how different those two teams are and how differently they act. Although, because he has those close ties with ACR, with Avid Chronic Racing, and because he was Jone Simoncic's teammate in the WPR GT3 Masters, I can at least guarantee they've probably spoken about this race together. Whether they've shared tips, whether they've shared setups, I'm not entirely sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have quite similarly handling cars in this race.
Well, they may have some quite very similar, get some words out, Jake. Some similar skills but it's all about how you apply them and how they are going to be used when it comes to some very, very interesting racing, some strong racing, some hard-fought racing here today. You've got to be absolutely at your level best to make your way into the final, and then in that final, in that feature, you've got to be even better than that because you're racing against people that maybe you haven't had the chance to race in that opening race. I would say for those in split one, they've got to lay down a marker. No bigger marker than the man who is arguably best in the world when it comes to this simulator, Jurnej Simončić. But clearly, he has a few contenders, 5 drivers within a 1/10.5 of a second here, Caitlin, as practice comes to a close. I call that a very interesting practice.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see quite what he can do in qualifying. He's obviously going for it. I don't know how much more he's got to give, but he's obviously going for it because if you look at the lap times, 59.08. Oh wow, 58.931. He sets there as he comes straight across the line. That is wonderfully done from Jurnej Simončić. Yeah, I do think that he's probably got more to give in qualifying.
And, well, qualifying will happen right around now. So, Jurnej Simončić, he said, well, right at the end of practice, nobody can beat me. I'll show you what I can do. Were you paying attention? So, Simončić will get there. They all have this mad scramble to get to the pit line, to get themselves going very, very quickly. And the answer is now they start to go. It's Filippo Caneo who will be the first one out, followed very swiftly behind by the New Zealander Cam Dance, very much more adept to other styles of simulators, very big and an actual iRacing pro on the dirt side of iRacing, which makes life very interesting for him as he goes into single-seater for this run. But now you start looking at drivers who can make the big step up, drivers who can now look to get their qualifyings together. Drivers like David Mrožek, always expected to go well. Simončić, the homeboy, Tom Satterley will be looking for good runs. And of course, you've got that unknown factor of Vlad Tokarev. And Tokarev, I think, could be the dark horse here, Caitlin, for qualifying and the opening sections of the racing.
Absolutely, he was 3rd place in practice and really not that far off Satterley at all. And while I was saying Simončić has more to give, which I do think he does, it'll be all about whether Tokarev, Satterley, Mrožek, whoever wants to get involved, have more to give as well. So anyway, Filippo Caneo starts his first flying lap, and we'll see what the benchmark is before long. Big slide from Caneo though. Not a great start to the lap, but oh well. Behind him, he's got David Mrožek, and Mrožek hooked it right up for turn 1. Got it done absolutely perfectly there. And I think Mrožek is probably on one of the fastest first sectors we've seen all day. Caneo runs off the road, meaning Mrožek is going to be one of the first drivers to set his lap. However, he's warming the tyres, so obviously he wasn't happy with the first sector. He's backed out of his lap. He obviously thinks this isn't going to be his first one, and I expect he'll go for it next time around instead.
Well, he'll be the first driver to come across the line and set a representative lap time. I feel like his lap got abandoned at turn 5 with Caneo on the outside. And this is another issue around this track here, Caitlin. You have to talk about it. It's a short track. It is only 3 kilometers long. It's going to mean that these drivers have a bigger potential to trip up over other drivers when it comes to their laps. Mrožek quickest on a 59.9, despite all the weaving to get the tyres up to temp. And I'm surprised, actually, with a 29-degree track temp, that the tyres need some help getting up to that sort of temperature. But, as we do know, it takes a little bit of time for things to just get a little bit quicker, a little bit better. And it's a short qualifying as well. It's only 10 minutes. You don't have long to get those tyres up to temperature. Chris Shepherd goes to the top. Tomasz Vark in second.
Judging by that lap time from Mrožek, which is actually pretty good, I wonder what he could have done if he hadn't been warming his tyres. But anyway, we'll see if it works, because he's on another flying lap this time around, and appears to be well and truly going for it. He's only got 1 corner left on the lap. But as you say, yeah, Shepherd and Warch currently at the top, separated by less than 0.3 of a second. The entry to the final corner appears very fast indeed. In fact, they're not really braking that much. They're kind of trail braking in the first part and turning it into the second.
Wow.
And and David Mrozek sets the fastest time that we've seen so far today. So obviously the tire warming helped. It's a 58.856. That's under 59 seconds, and that's truly, truly special. Not even Mrozek beat that in practice, although this is qualifying. This is where he's going to be pushing harder. He's 0.8 of a second off so far. I can guarantee that's not representative. We've seen him go over 0.6 of a second faster, and he will be truly going for it now.
Yeah, that's Jurnej Simoncic who will need to go for it now. That was his first representative flying lap for Simoncic, so he needs a little bit more to get it up there. Paul August Lana, we saw a little bit earlier on at the back end of last year pick up a victory in Adria, and definitely has a turn of pace to him, does Paul August Lana. Maybe this feels just a little bit stronger than what he had to deal with in Adria, but he still had to deal with drivers like Martin Antol, like Tomasz Wach. He still had to deal with a couple of those drivers who are looking to be quick. Simoncic across the line again, looking for improvement. 0.8 back, moves up to second. 0.2 back, 59 flat. Mrozek leads Simoncic, and that wasn't what we were expecting when practice was getting itself underway. Shepard there in third, Wach fourth, Antol currently in fifth. 5 minutes to go here in qualifying, and half a minute on top of that as well. You talk about the magic position, which is 13th. That's currently being held by Mathieu Bugea at the moment. He's on a 1 minute point 2 at the moment. He's tied on times with Nathan Mifsud, but he's just been bumped down because Cam Dance has moved up into 10th place.
We're about to see the first lap from Tokarev. He goes 10th. Of course, we know he can do better than that. He was one of the contenders in practice. We've also just seen the first lap for Canio, and Canio's actually bumped him there. So Canio goes to 10th. Tokarev down to 11th. So close at that part of the field. I can almost guarantee that Tokarev's going to improve his lap substantially this next time around. Of course, we saw on Simoncic's lap when he went second that he was getting a help across the line by a tow. That was a car that he was in the slipstream of, and that would have helped him by a couple of miles per hour. But I also saw that his car was understeering quite badly through the final corner, partly because of the turbulent air. These are slicks and winged single-seaters, which don't tend to react well to turbulent air, especially since that final corner is so fast.
It is so fast, and those times are improving. This track is coming back in. Dance again, back up to 10th. Here's Tokarev over the line. He's been bumped to 13th and moves up to 4th. Brilliant time there, 59.3. Half a second off of what is needed. He'll be happy with that, will Tokarev. The second row gives him a lot of safety to that 13th place. And this is a big battle for 13th place at the moment, because 5th place Tomasz Wach is only a quarter of a second ahead of 12th and 13th place. Likes of Terence Grech and Mikael Parry are only a couple of tenths of a second off of that. And at the moment, there are drivers who are finding improvements, likes of Tom Savali is up into 9th place at the moment and has found those improvements, as has Danny Robbins up into 10th, Dean Vella into 11th. Noah Ruvers has just moved up into 8th place as well. So everybody is finding times with 3.5 minutes to go. It might just be the case here of almost like you have the scenario of a drying track where it's the last person across the line goes quicker as Savali goes to 3rd.
Yeah, Tokarev's been to 5th as well, and he's about to go for another lap. But yeah, great lap from Savali. Tokarev just misses out. He's less than 0.02 of a second off Savali there, so just misses out getting into the top 3. He is 4th as we speak. It's Mrozek. Oh, Mrozek still... Oh, no, never mind. I thought he'd improved his lap, but he hadn't. Mrozek still at the top. Simoncic 2nd, Savali 3rd, then Tokarev and Shepard. Haven't mentioned Chris Shepard much, but he's the other driver still within half a second of Mrozek's lap, and still the times continuing to tumble, but yeah, close fight there for P3.
It is a very close fight for P3. It is a close fight down the order as Mikael Parry is now in 14th. Terence Grech back into 15th place. Caneo on the bubble currently in 13th place. An improvement for Mathieu Bugea, and that brings him up into 16th place, 1 minute point 167, but 2.5 minutes. You've got to be on track. You've got to be finding those times to get those improvements, which are so desperately needed. Simoncic does not find improvement on his lap. He's stuck on a 59 flat at the moment, and that may just be Now, one opportunity left for Jurnej Simoncic, who pulls it up into pit road. I saw Paul August Lana move up into 6th position on a 59.490. He's done very well, but this is going to be a very interesting race, because right now, I could say this, all 18 drivers have a very realistic shot of qualifying, the way that qualifying has actually gone so far.
Simoncic has quite an understeery car here today, quite an understeery setup. I've seen him struggling to get hooked up into the corners a couple of times, and for a driver such as Simoncic, that could be holding him back quite badly. I thought at first it was just the turbulent air through the final corner, but actually every lap he seems to have significantly less grip through the final turn and turn 1 as well than David Mrozek, just looking at how their cars are handling.
Oh, Tokarev.
Oh yeah, Tokarev now splits the two of them, goes second. Vlad Tokarev 59.067, 2/10 of a second off Mrozek, who's still on provisional pole position by quite a way, but he's ahead of Simoncic.
Qualifying only means your life is easier. It does not guarantee you a way into the final, which will be coming up later on this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mrozek from Tokarev, Simoncic, Savali, Chris Shepherd. Your top 5 split by just 3/10 of a second. And improvements for Tomasz Vark. At the moment, he's there in 7th place. Noah Ruvers has jumped into 8th, with Dean Vella jumping up into 9th. Martin Ansel now finds himself in 10th place. He was 8th. Only a minute to go, but now there's just 30 seconds remaining here in qualifying. You've got to be on track. You've got to wonder who's the last over the line. Dance moves up into 9th place. The track still has improvements. Noah Ruvers will not go any quicker than what he's doing in 8th place at this moment in time. On the bubble at the moment is Caneo in 13th place. He will be starting from there if things stay like this. More and more drivers looking to find times of improvements. Mrozek currently at the top by 2/10, and he has not been challenged. Tokarev's got quicker. Simoncic has looped it around. He will not find any more improvements, and that is a little bit of a surprise from the man in form. Sadly, still out there on track. Time expires. Here's Mrozek over the line, and he does himself a 58.8. He does not improve his time on that 58.8 that he's already done, so that's not good. Tokarev has the chance. Chris Shepherd will not find improvements. Paul August Lana potentially could, but all eyes on Tokarev as he comes out of Higgins and looks to straight line the corner as much as he can. Heading to Dunlop now, looking to try and find improvements. 59 flat is best at the moment. He would love a pole position. He gets it slightly squirrely through the final corner. He's struggling slightly as he comes to the line. I'm not sure this is going to be improvable, but the answer is that there is no improvement from him. Paul August Lana will be the final driver looking to make a time. He's currently 6/10 off. He can give himself a bit more of a buffer. Tomasz Vark, he might find 3/10 to get past Chris Shepherd. It's going to be a tall order, though, for him to get that done. Lana across the line. He did improve his time, 59.452. The only difference is, though, that he's a little bit off of what he wanted. This is how things stack. Mrozek will be on pole. It'll be Tokarev in second, and Jurnej Simoncic starting from the second row. Tom Satherley will be alongside that. Chris Shepherd and Paul August Lana will start on the third row, with Tomasz Vark and Noah Ruvers on row 4. Cam Dance will start from 9th with Dean Vella in 10th. Then it's Martin Antol 11th, Danny Robbins 12th, Filippo Caneo in 13th. Mikael Parry and Terence Grech will be 14th and 15th, with Nathan Mifsud and then Matthew Burea and Jose Ignacio making the 18 in the opening split. There will be, though, time for a warm-up, though. There will be 10 minutes of warm-up. The final few tweaks looking to try and get themselves all worked up together here, Caitlin. This is going to be a very important warm-up session as drivers look to try and work out what it is that they need to do to make sure that they have gone from what is effectively a qualifying set over to a race set.
Don't go anywhere. We will see you after the advert break.
You have a dream. You have all the drive in the world. You have talent to burn. Now all you need is a chance. Toyota are committed to developing and nurturing the next generation of world-class racing drivers. Because if you can dream it, we can do it.
Welcome back to Manfeild Park, everyone. We are back with the Toyota Tatuus FT-60 Premier race, and just a couple of minutes to go before the start of this first of two qualifying races before the final. We've actually gained another driver between qualifying and the race. We gained Sam Dunstall, and Sam Dunstall was not in the qualifying, so he will be starting from the back. But that makes 19 drivers. The top 13 will go through, meaning 6 will be eliminated. And Sam Dunstall has some ground to make up if he doesn't want to be one of those 6, especially since he missed both practice and qualifying. So he will be making the most of this warm-up session now, and trying to get his car up to pace. I'm not sure how much practice he's done outside of the official server, but I'm sure that we will soon find out.
I actually zoned out there for a moment. I completely missed my cue, which shows just completely how terrible I am at times.
No problem, Jake.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back once again to this fantastic racing action that we're going to be having. We welcome you from all around the world. We welcome you in every single time zone. We welcome to those who have woken up this morning in the Australasia continent. Make sure you stay safe, all of those watching in Australia from the forest fires that have been going on. And on top of that, everything that has been going on in terms of qualifying has been very interesting. We are 5 minutes away from getting ourselves over to the starting grid and everything that will go on from that. We are in the final warm-up stages before the opening race of the night. We have been delayed ever so slightly in terms of our start. We were looking to try and get a start maybe slightly earlier than this, but unfortunately things have not quite gone our way for that. But these drivers have just had that extra bit of time to get themselves those improvements, and especially those in the second lot of racing as well, the second heat. They get that little bit more time as well, away from everybody else, to say, well, this is where I can find a couple of improvements here or there, Caitlin. Sometimes when you've got no eyes on you and you're finding those improvements, that could be the big difference maker between a 10th.
The relatively late start is probably good for the people in New Zealand, since they're having to get up so relatively early for this time of year. Although I'm very glad that that they have offered to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, just so that we don't have to. But anyway, yeah, this session important for the drivers who feel they haven't quite got their race setup hooked up just yet. It appears that the drivers aren't really going that much slower in race trim than they did in qualifying. Rocek again has settled up under 59 seconds. That's pretty impressive there. A couple of other drivers under a minute. The top 6 are at the minute, but of course the warm-up session really doesn't mean that much, and it's going to be the 15-minute race starting in just a couple of minutes' time that really makes the difference.
And well, we talk about as well just how important qualifying is. One of the big things that has been useful for someone like Jurne Simčić is actually his race etiquette, his race strategy, and his overall race pace. Here is someone like Jurne Simčić who has this uncanny knack that I have very seldom seen in terms of drivers. He has the ability to save tyres better than anybody else. Not going to be much use in the first 15 minutes, but when it comes to that 30-minute finale, if he does make it through, more likely than not he will, That surely will be the big benefactor for him over the course of 30 minutes. The fact that he is very, very good at saving tyres.
He is, and a 30-minute race, of course, well, it doesn't take a genius to work out that's double the 15-minute race that we're going to get as in a few minutes. And yeah, Jone Simoncic, I think, will really come into his own in the final. Although, of course, you need to make sure that you don't make any serious mistakes in this qualifying race here, because, of course, if you crash out or if you spin to the back or something along those lines, it doesn't matter who you are or how good you are, you're not going to get through. So anyway, he needs to take this race seriously nonetheless, and just as everyone else in the field will as well. But anyway, yeah, 15 minutes coming up. It's a relatively short race, and it means they're going to be effectively running qualifying stints the entire way, and just pushing for it basically.
Of course they will, and they know that any small mistake will be capitalized on. Any small mistake will just be that little bit more difficult as they look to try and progress and get themselves up to another level when they get out and race. They know that one small mistake could be the big explosion to what they were hoping to be a night. It can happen as quickly as turn number one. It could happen even before that if you don't get off the line. Sometimes you just need to make sure you survive turn one, survive the opening lap, and from there you start looking about building up a 15-lap race, Caitlin.
Indeed you do. So we just have over a minute of this unofficial warm-up session to go before we can get the race going. I have been very surprised so far, but pleasantly surprised by David Mrocek. Not because I didn't expect him to be up the front of the field, but because I didn't expect him to be at the front of the field by that much. And to be honest, David Mrocek, always a nice guy when he comes into an interview, and always a tough competitor as well. It's great to see one of the real hard workers of the sport having his hard work paying off. But anyway, I may be speaking too soon. The race hasn't begun yet, and qualifying is very different to the race. Even though it's a short race, which will feel a lot like qualifying, it takes a different mindset to keep consistent for 15 minutes as opposed to 1.
Well, it is going to be very tough to get things all correct. Drivers had only 10 minutes to qualify. Drivers have 15 minutes to put together a race which they know they've got to be at their level best to get through if you're a little lower down the order. It was so jam-packed you could fit a blanket over probably about 7 or 8 drivers in the midfield, which is going to be very hotly contested, and it is even more hotly contested knowing just how many drivers are finding themselves right in the position which they want to. So we'll see how this works out. Warm-up is all but complete. We'll take you over to the starting grid in just a moment's time, but every single driver now's going to try and get their chance. It is David Mrocek who will be on the pole position. It will be Vlad Tokarev alongside that. Jone Simoncic will go from 3rd, Tom Savali in 4th. Then it's Chris Shepherd 5th, and Paul Auguslana in 6th, Thomas Vark in 7th, Noah Ruvers in 8th, and it's Cam Dance 9th, and Dean Vella rounding out the top 10. The final drivers, Dean Vella, Martin Antol. You got yourself there, Danny Robbins in 12th, Filippo Caneo in the magical transfer spot, 13th, Mikael Parry, Terence Grech, Nathan Mifsud, Matthew Burea, and Jose Ignacio in 18th. And started from the back, missed qualifying, Sam Dunstall. Maybe would have wanted his alarm to be a little bit earlier. One formation lap, though, before they get themselves going. And Simoncic was very slow to get off the line there. That's a little bit concerning, Caitlin, for that one rotation around the circuit.
So, formation lap taking place. Yeah, Simoncic was a little bit slow off the line, but it's okay so long as you don't drop to the back of the to the very back of the field. But anyway, Simoncic has got himself running, and well, he's actually slightly out of position there. He's behind Tom Savali, should be ahead of him, but that's okay because that's all going to be sorted out by the time they get to the grid. Doesn't exactly, of course, it's ideal for them to stay in the correct order on the formation lap, but doesn't really matter that much. And anyway, Whatever the case, Rodchek and Tokarev will have a clear view ahead of them. Turn 1, of course, relatively tight, not the tightest of turn 1s, but it's over 90 degrees, and I think both of them will probably feel as if they have a chance of leading at the end of the first lap. Simoncic may be surprised to have qualified third, especially after his practice performance, and he will be hoping to get away from Tom Satherley at the start. But if he gets jumped by Satherley or anyone else behind, that could make life a lot more difficult for plenty of drivers.
Well, Marozek was very quick on his formation lap, and a few drivers are only just now making their way through the final corner. I have seen that Martin Antol does not have a rear wing, and there has been contact over in the middle of the pack. That's going to be very worrying as drivers are starting to get it all wrong when it comes to this formation lap. It looks like some drivers have got the right grid stall, others do not. Kaneo has probably gone around at some stage, but they have all got themselves together. This will be 15 minutes. This will be a big battle. This is Circuit Chris Amon. This is, of course, Manfeild. This is going to be a big race one here all around the world watching. We'll keep an eye on this. Marozek in there, Tokarev and Simoncic, and they go. And it was a slow start from everyone. Simoncic already 4 wide as they go to turn 1. It's madness already. Almost dramas in the background as well. Simoncic has got himself to the front. 3 wide they go through. 1 off into the grass is Tokarev, who's going to find himself in all sorts of troubles. It's happened absolutely immediately as they go through. Marozek side by side with Satherley into the Castrol S's. Marozek survives. Simoncic got a worldie.
Antol clearly didn't know he hadn't got a rear wing. He's spinning out all over the place. There are a couple of other drivers that got involved there. I was worried that was going to be the case when I saw him sitting on the grid at the start of the race. But yeah, plenty of drivers getting involved. Bugea locked up into turn 1, went sliding straight on. And actually behind him there is Paul August Lana, who's another relatively quick driver, and will be hoping to come through as well. But yeah, the grass definitely being tested, being moved down in some places as well. But it's Simoncic who leads at the end of the opening lap, ahead of Pulisic and Rodchek. Satherley third. Shepard is in 4th. And what a nightmare of a start that's been for Vlad Tokarev.
What a great start it's been for Cam Darts, who's up into 5th place at the moment here. One driver going to dive off into pit road. That's Sam Dunstall, who's got himself into troubles in the early stages. Parry under pressure, though. 14th and 15th, Filippo Caneo can't do anything. It's Jose Ignacio, who is in the transfer spot at the moment in 13th position. In front of that, though, there's contact. That's Nathan Mifsud, who's gone around, and Ignacio's collided into him, lost the front wing. That's going to be dramas then for those trying to transfer. Ignacio now is going to have to come in. Caneo fighting hard here with Paul August Lana, who lost massively over the start as well. So Lana here has a chance to get back up into the top 13. Tokarev on a charge, though. He's now up into 9th. He's got around the outside of Dean Vella at Higgins.
Yeah, so carnage up and down the field. It's not been the cleanest of starts. Let's hope that race 2 goes a bit better. But anyway, Jose Ignacio now in the war. It's obvious that, well, he didn't quite slow down enough considering he didn't have a front wing, or maybe he didn't know he didn't have a front wing. Ignacio becomes our very first retirement after crashing out. Sam Dunstall still behind him after dropping back a lot. Martin Antol is still in the pit, and well, so Ignacio is guaranteed not to be making it through to the final. It's probable that Martin Antol won't either, although of course that depends on how many other people retire here. But anyway, the race continues on. Tokarev has made it back up into 9th position, so he's still got plenty of places to gain before he's back up to where he was. And it appears that Simoncic and Rodchek are breaking away at the front of the field.
They are, and Davin Marozek will want to try and prove to Jerne Simoncic that I maybe made the right decision to join the Harris Mohammed engineering team, and maybe this could be the place where Jerne Simoncic says, no, Abercrombie maybe was the better choice for you, my friend, as they come across the line. Not much between them as they do cross that line, just 3.5 tenths of a second up to 3 3/4 as they look to go through. Traffic on pit exit, always very difficult, and of course that is going to be Sam Dunstall, who finds himself a lap down, and now he's going to have to let the entirety of the train go by as well. That will make life very, very difficult for drivers. We've got side by side. Here's Tokarev trying to get it done at the Castrol S's here on Danny Robbins. Robbins shuts the door, though, through turn 3 and gets a huge run for it.
Indeed, yeah, it seemed to me that Sam Dunster was taking a drive-through penalty, so I wonder whether he had a jump start or something like that, but whatever the case, he's now in 17th position. The only driver behind him is Martin Antol, who also came out of the pits that last time around. So a couple of drivers in real danger of being demoted there, unless there are plenty more DNFs. But anyway, getting close.
Yeah, it was Mikael Parry. He had a big slide through Higgins. That's allowed Paul August Lana through into 12th. That puts Parry on the bubble in 13th, with Caneo just behind in 14th place. This is a key battle out on track. This is for that final spot. Very narrow through the exits, Mikael Parry. And now Caneo trying to find himself a way back through the field. Nothing happening for them at the moment. Also keep an eye out on drivers who are looking to make mistakes. That's Dean Vella. Dean Vella has made the mistake, and suddenly he's on the bubble, and here comes Caneo trying to get himself through. Minute 4 of 15, lap 5 of the event, round the outside, bang, wheel-to-wheel contact, round goes Caneo.
Oh no, well that's going to cost Caneo a chance of getting through to the final potentially, and it appeared that Dean Vella locked up on corner entry. See, oh yeah, no, he definitely locked up very clearly, although that actually didn't cause Caneo to spin. It was Caneo's eagerness to get on the throttle afterwards that caused the little spin there. Terence Grech has now been given a drive-through penalty, and we haven't seen why that is, or at least I don't think we have, but yeah, Grech has a drive-through which may drop him out. And I expect that'll put Matthew Bugea into the top 30.
That certainly will, and that is not what was wanted for Terence Grech. He's had a good start to this race. He's made up a number of positions to get into 10th, but he will not find much more from that as well. The live stewarding, of course, done by Adrian Pagayo and George Muscat has been very, very crucial. Tokarev again stuck behind Danny Robbins again. Cannot find himself a way through. So Dunstall in through the pits. Dean Vella has dived down in with damage. So both of them.
And Satherley.
In. And also, yes, you're absolutely right. Satherley is off the circuit. What on earth has happened to him? It's turn 5 where it's happened. It's happened all on his own. He was on an island on his own. And he's just got the grass on entry.
And we've just lost Terence Grech too. He's had a disconnection, so drivers dropping out of the race, left, right and centre. Satherley has resumed, but he's got no front wing, so he's going to have to come into the pits. And that's a big shame because he was very, very fast in this race. Dean Vella has now also retired. So plenty of drivers dropping out at this point. Dunstall still running, despite running through the pits for the second time this race. And I tell you what, he might actually make it through here if more people continue to retire. Despite having been through the pits on 2 occasions, Satherley is now into the pits, and that was another drive-through for Dunstall. That was his second trip through the pits. I wonder whether he's going through the pits maybe to get out of the way of the leaders rather than to take drive-through penalties. But if so, that would be his second drive-through penalty. Satherley stopping in the box, and indeed Danny Robbins has been off, and he's made the mistake. Oh wow, that's a weird mistake. Just seemed to catch a bump over the curb on the inside. Possibly, maybe his right height's too low or something, and the car just caught the ground, and off he went. So Robbins now down into 9th place, still in the bubble. What's happened?
I just caught it, and it was that big slide through turn 4. He got a big snap of oversteer, and he's just managed to get it back together. So very interesting there from Danny Robbins. I caught that one, and it was never very nice. The front 2 are away. Jurnej Simoncic and Davin Mrozek, first and second on the road. It is Chris Shepherd on his own in 3rd place. Cam Dance up into 4th place. He'll be very happy with Dance Mania, and Dance Mania will be running wild come at the end of this. Tomasz Vark in 5th. Noah Ruvers in 6th. Tokarev now up to 7th after that. Paul August Lana, who, let's remind you, was 16th at the end of lap 1, is now up into 8th place and has had a great run. Robbins in 9th. Parry rounds out the top 10. Filippo Caneo is back in that 13th place and now about to go 1 lap down. The driver on the outside looking in, Tom Satherley, the local boy, needs a mistake from somebody in that field, somebody to go get damage, somebody to need to have a pit stop. He's got half a race to pray.
Sam Dunstall's just taken his 3rd drive-through penalty. This is the only one we actually got a notification of, so that was given by a steward. Into the pits now comes Tom Satherley for another trip through the pit lane, just as he did last lap. That knocks him out of the bubble. So Filippo Caneo up into 13th place. I'm not sure, was Satherley given a drive-through maybe? And we've also just had a drive-through assigned to Nathan Mifsud, who's currently running in 12th. So that might knock him out of the bubble potentially. Mifsud now are side by side with Kaneo for that 12th position, but he's going to be dropping out of this this fight, and whether Satherley will be close enough to pick up the pieces is doubtful, since Satherley's a lap down to these two. So really, I think that unless we have more retirements or unless we have more damage repairs, we have drivers who are going to be knocked out. But we've just had another mistake for Paul August Lana. He's had a big spin and dropped behind Danny Robbins, so Robbins back up into 8th. But it seems, since we have a gap between 13th and 14th now, that our drivers knocked out are going to be Satherley, Antol, Dunstall, Grech, Vela and Ignacio. But with still 6 minutes remaining in this race and several more opportunities for drivers to make mistakes such as retirements or excessive number of penalties or such, it's still not done yet.
It's not, no. Ruvers and Vlad Tokarev at it for 6th place at the moment. We'll see what Tokarev can do. Couldn't get it done at 1. Likes the look at turn 3. Hasn't made that move. Stick is a very deceptively quick corner, turn 3. A slight wiggle from Tokarev was never going to be easy. The very difficult turn 5 out of the Castrol S's. It is very difficult to put the power down on the exit. The track falls up the hill, and then you try and get the power down. The vehicle always wants to go to the inside. Tokarev looking wide again at Higgins corner. Cannot find what is needed at this stage. So again, the waiting game becomes a key battleground. And talking of key battlegrounds, look at this: 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th. Buhaya now in the scrap as well, and sadly a lap downs on the back of all of this, knowing that Mifsud has to come down in and make a penalty. There are so many battles going out on track, and let's not forget that Jurnej Simoncic has now got an 8/10 advantage at the moment, as again Tokarev can't find a way through.
Indeed. In fact, that was one of them. I believe Mifsud made a real dive into turn 5 to get past Bugeya on that last lap, and Filippo Canio now up the inside again of Bugeya and getting up into 12th position. Mifsud still yet to serve his drive-through. Satherley is the driver behind these on track and in the order, but there's actually a lap between them, so don't be fooled by what you see. Tokarev now has passed Noah Rivers. That's over 6th position. Rivers got a relatively poor exit out of the... Actually, no, it looks as if he pulled over and let Tokarev through. That's interesting. Maybe just not wanting to fight since he knows he's safe. And will go through if he finishes like this. Of course, there is another qualifying session before the final. It's not anything to do with where you finish in this race. As a result, that might end up being a good strategy for Rovers to let Tokarev through there and pretty much guarantee himself a spot in the final. But anyway, yeah, close fighting over 12th and 13th especially.
In comes Nathan Mifsud then for his penalty from 11th place, drops him back down. It's a very tough pit road as well. It's a slow pit road at only 40 k's, so you've got to be very much on it if you're going to get through. And I think a lot of drivers who have picked up the penalties have got them for speeding down the lane. Always going to be a tough thing to try and get correct as you go on through. Mifsud will now make his way to the end of the pit lane and get himself back out and going again, and he will now get himself back out on track. He has half a lap of an advantage, but as we all know, it's all about any driver who can and maybe will make a mistake. With just 3 minutes to go here, Caitlin, it seems like Jurnej Simoncic is starting to turn the screw on the race pace. Up to 9/10 of a second now, the advantage over Mrozek, about to break a second. You've seen very good work from Chris Shepherd to quietly be in 3rd. Cam Dance to quietly be in 4th, and it's been all about the top 5. They've just had a quiet race. We haven't seen many changes of position at the front. We've seen all the dramas happen, lap 1, and then everything else behind.
Well, it's what I was saying about the drivers further back. They know they don't need to fight because they're already confirmed as safe if they don't have an accident. So yeah, that's pretty sane driving between the bunch of them, and very well done. They're going to cross the lane in just under 3 minutes time to take the checkered flag, and it's the drivers behind that still need to fight for it. Mifsud, of course, is now on the same lap as Satherley, so the two of them are fighting for position over that 13th position, although Satherley a little way further back down the track doesn't appear to be anywhere near close enough to actually attack Nathan Mifsud at this point in the day. And yeah, realistically, I think all of these drivers just need to hold position now and keep it steady, because they know that if they get involved in an accident, that knocks them out of the final. And providing all of these drivers keep position, there really isn't anything that the drivers further back can do about them.
Yeah, and what's even worse is the fact that every driver there is currently split by over a second out on track, so there is no chance for Tom Savelli, really, in terms of drivers coming together in an incident. It's all going to be about drivers who come together on their own accord, have their own incidents, hit the barriers on their own chance, but we're not really going to see it. This was a race that was won on the opening corner by Jurnej Simoncic. That start, we were talking about, new vehicle, always going to be very, very difficult with 2 laps to go for Jurnej Simoncic here, Caitlin. It was all about that start. He got it right, Mrožek didn't.
Absolutely, yeah, Mrožek dropped back, but that's okay. Again, you get another qualifying session before the final, so another chance to prove yourself. And realistically, I don't think Mrožek will be feeling too bad about this race. Just needs to make sure it doesn't affect him psychologically. Every driver wants to win, and I'm sure he'd much rather be in that P1 spot, but ultimately, it doesn't really matter where he finishes in this race. We're about to get one more lap of racing, I believe, and then the checkered flag will come out. I've been watching the clock. Mrožek dropping back from Simoncic now knows there's no point in fighting him. He's known that all along, to be honest. And, well, we're now about to start the final lap of the race.
And what an important final lap for Jurnej Simoncic. No mistakes here now. You know that you have the race wrapped up with a nice little bow, a nice neat little bow. There's no need to go out there and have anything go wrong. You've got a lap on the field, the likes of Tom Savelli and co. You know you've got yourself that safety buffer. So, through turn number 5, the difficult turn 5, it's been catching everyone out. It doesn't catch Jurnej Simoncic out in 1 iota. Mrožek was the star of qualifying in this opening heat. We knew all of that from just how impressive he had been. But you cannot write off Jurnej Simoncic from any race, at any point, at any time, be it a championship or be it overall. He picked up 3 very big wins over the season of 2019. He starts 2020 the way he means to go on. Jurnej Simoncic wins Heat 1 here at the magical Manfeild Circuit. It's Mrožek who will come home in second. Chris Shepherd will come home with a 3rd place. It is on for 5th coming towards the line, but Vlad Tokarev is going to run out of time to catch Tomáš Vák in terms of that battle. Looking towards the rear of the field, nobody in a position to really worry. We will wait for Nathan Mifsud to get his way over the line. He will be the last driver scored on the leading lap, 1 minute 2 seconds back the last time he crossed the line. So he really is going to be the last one over, but that is 13 who have already booked their place, and those are 13 drivers who arguably were the 13 who kept themselves either out of the most trouble or did the best to get themselves back into position.
So, finalists from this race, the first race for 2 qualifiers, Simoncic, Mrožek, Shepherd, Dance, Wach, Tokarev, Rovers, Robbins, Lana, Parry, Canio, Bugea, and Mifsud. Those drivers are guaranteed to be starting the final, and the drivers that we have eliminated, drivers we have to say goodbye to now, Tom Savelli, that's a shame, after qualifying 4th, Martin Anto, Sam Dunstall, Terence Grech, Dean Vella, and Jose Ignacio.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at what is going to go on. It is still a little up in the air. From what we are just hearing from race directors is that it's not necessarily 13 as we first thought. It's going to be a case of for however many drivers we see in this second race, we're going to have an split that as well. So there could be more, there could be less, and that's going to be a little bit worrying for those on the bubble. Nathan Mifsud, Matthew Bugea, and Filippo Caneo as well, from what we are hearing. So that's going to be very, very difficult in terms of working that out. And I feel like a few drivers will not be best pleased to find that they thought they had a seat for top 13, as was said, but ultimately that may not be the case. But sometimes there's not much you can do. We're going to step aside, though, here for just a moment when it comes to racing here with Raceline that you've been seeing on, of course, with Toyota Gazoo, that you've been seeing, of course, with World Pro Racing. We will come back with heat number 2 and all of the trimmings with that after this.
You have a dream. You have all the drive in the world. You have talent to burn. Now all you need is a chance. Toyota are committed to developing and nurturing the next generation of world-class racing drivers. Because if you can dream it, we can do it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to racing action here from this fantastic Manfeild Circuit. We're getting ourselves ready for racing action for what will be the second of the heats that we have here today. It's going to be a very entertaining race that we're going to be finding. And as these drivers all look to try and get themselves up to a level which they know they need to qualify for, they know they've got to get themselves right up at the pointy end. You got to know that it happens all here with Raceline. It happens here with World Pro Racing. It happens, of course, here with Toyota Gazoo Racing and these one fantastic FT-60 vehicles. It's Shakespeare joined alongside, as ever, by Caitlin Penny here in the commentary booth. We are getting ourselves ready for the second racing coming up. We are in practice at the moment. We have ourselves about 10 minutes before qualifying gets itself into the forefront. And well, Caitlin, we need to talk about one thing after that opening race, and that is the start, because it is not plain sailing for those who went off at a breakneck pace at the front of the field. From what I saw, what happened there, I think these drivers have to be very careful about their formation lap, making sure that they are very slow with the way that they get that lap going around, because those tyres, I'm pretty sure, got cold for the front row.
Yeah, potentially. We've seen drivers trying to warm up their tires in qualifying, so it may be that it takes a little while to get the tires up to the optimum temperature. That can happen on some slicks and wing single seaters, and that's fine. It just adds an extra level of strategy to it all. But yeah, in the case of the start, it was a little bit messy. I hope it goes better for race 2. And another reason why they have to be especially careful on the formation lap is because there were actually some drivers who came together before the race even began. We don't quite know yet quite how many drivers have been eliminated or how many are getting through to the final. We await the race director's word on that. But anyway, I'm sure that. I'm sure we'll find out in due time and let you know.
Yep, we certainly will, and we will as quickly as we can get it, absolutely. But for the time being, at the moment, this is not an official practice at this point in time, so they are getting themselves, just everybody sorted out at the moment. So we will get ourselves looking like things are going to be ready at the moment for official practice to start. 19 drivers taking to it. The one driver that does stand out in terms of this field to keep an eye out on, in terms of name power and star power, can't look behind the man who is currently positioned as 18th place at the moment, and that is one Mr. Michi Hoyer. And of course, we know with Michi Hoyer, he can be at his very best, one of the best sim racers out there in the world on any platform you can put him on. But for the moment, it hasn't been the end of the year that he's wanted. He's got a lot of things up in the limelight that he's thinking about he wants to do, does Hoyer. But there are no guarantees that that's going to translate to a race victory. I would probably say that this is open to anybody looking to prove that they're the best.
You see, Michi Hoyer has been around sim racing for a very long time. He's quite famous on the YouTube side of things, and he also works closely with Avid Chronic Racing and does lap reviews for various different league races. I first remember commentating on him racing with World Pro Racing. Actually, it was back in the days when we were known as Sim Racing Malta, and it was actually in a Assetto Corsa race in a Formula Renault 3.5 race at Sepang, and of course, those cars aren't exactly like these, but again, another slicks and wings single-seater. He didn't have the best of races on that day, come to think of it. So we'll see how he goes today. But yeah, it's Michi Hoyer. I'm sure he's going to be one to look out for.
Well, there's a lot of drivers to look out for, and the one that I've probably kept my eye out on in terms of pace and the practices that I was looking at before this broadcast started was the driver who is currently classified as position number 1 as no times have come in, Luis Felipe Capamandjian. At the moment, he has definitely found himself some good pace. I think he is up there at a level. I was seeing him practicing putting some times in the 58, which is going to be very concerning for those at the front of the field. But as we know, that is not conducive to the way racing goes. Same could be said for racing on other platforms. Same could be said for racing other styles of vehicles or vehicles that are very similar to this. You can only gather information. You cannot guarantee a result. And that's what every driver will be looking to try and get themselves to that position, try and get into a learning position for that. But Caitlin, what's very important to talk about, especially with this practice going on, is that the track temperature has stayed exactly the same. 29 degrees in the air temp, 29 degrees on the track temp. It has been exactly the same. There are worries to have at this point in time. The first times in practice are starting to come in, and it is Henri Cynic who is currently at the top, and that was immediately taken away because Luca D'Amelio has just moved up with a 59.1.
Yeah, Luca D'Amelio, you may know him from Formula Sim Racing, you may know him from FSR, the usual places where people tend to come from in rFactor 2. Sorry, I just said Formula Sim Racing twice. I meant FSR and GPWC as well, Grand Prix Virtual World Challenge. And yeah, he's been very successful in both of those, definitely proven himself to be one of the fastest. I think he actually won the ACE Championship in Formula Sim Racing a couple of years ago, and today hoping to prove himself in the brand new Tatuus FT-60 as well. Of course, none of the drivers in Race 2 raced in Race 1, so this is a brand new set of drivers, a brand new field for us to get to know and witness the pace of. And when we get to the final, we'll be able to see just how these drivers match up against each other. But if you say his fastest lap so far is a 59.1, yeah, it's not in qualifying yet, but actually that's 3 tenths of a second slower than David Mrocek was.
And that's not too far away in terms of pace. It's D'Amelio followed by Capamandjian. Then it's De Los Rios in third position, Cynic fourth, and Martin Hemmingson rounding out the top 5 at the moment. We've got Lombards in 6th place, then Branton 7th, Hoyer in 8th, Lappins 9th, and Woznica in 10th place overall. Another driver to keep an eye out on, hasn't set a lap time at the moment. Tom Beckhauser is always going to be a driver to keep an eye out on, has some Formula 3 experience, is very, very quick when it comes to these styles of vehicles. And of course, this not too dissimilar to Formula 3, this FT-60 that they're running around in today. So this is going to be pretty much home territory for Tom Beckhauser. This is going to be a case of he might actually put himself right up in the thick of things.
He might well, yeah. These cars will probably handle quite a lot like a Formula 3 car, possibly only about a second a lot slower around this course, maybe not even that. But anyway, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. A couple of other drivers I recognise in the server as well. Look out for Jason Muscat. He's actually won World Pro Racing events in the past as well in single seaters. He won that race I was talking about earlier with Michi Hoyer in the Formula Renault 3.5 at Sepang back in late 2017. But anyway, here in 2020, he's still going for it, still pushing. And although he's only 18th in the order so far, I'd be surprised if he didn't get into the top 10 at least towards the end of the session. Other names that I recognise from within rFactor 2: Ernest Lappens, Tom Lombert, Martin Hemmingsen, Miguel de los Rios, Henri Sinek as well. Luca D'Amelio, of course, all of these drivers have been all over the place and more as well. And it appears to be a slightly larger grid than we had in race 1 as well. We did have 22 drivers. Thomas Pasefko's just left the server. Hopefully he makes it back. Even so, we have 21 drivers online, so that's more than we had in race 1, and that's a good proportion, I tell you.
Yeah, it is a very, very good proportion. We can see this one really, really working out in favour for some drivers. A little bit of a larger field could make life just that little bit easier for some to try and get through. Of course, at the moment, we don't know where the big mark is which separates these drivers, but it looks like it could be not too dissimilar to where we were earlier on, so we'll keep that in mind as things go on. Also, just a driver that I've kept an eye out on over the last couple of months or so, Alaric Enslan. We did see a couple of races from Alaric in the World Pro Racing GT3 Masters out of him. He was towards the rear of the field when it came to that series, but they find themselves in the 13th place, or he finds himself in the 13th place at the moment, which we are going to tentatively call the bubble at this point in time. It's a very strong position at the moment. He'll be looking to try and get in. 1 second currently splitting the top 13 drivers in this field, which will make life just a little bit easier, but it won't make life easy for Enslan, who struggles through that turn 5. That turn 5 has caused troubles by being turn 4 into turn 5, has caused troubles by entry, has caused troubles by exit. You know, every which way you look, I think that is one of the most underrated tough corners in all of sim racing.
Yeah, totally. I wasn't expecting quite that many problems at the on the entry to the corner. I was expecting to see some with drivers getting it wrong over the curb and possibly going off to the inside. Although I wasn't expecting what I saw with a couple of drivers, which was people just tapping the grass as they were on the brakes and spinning the car around. I think I saw that twice in the previous race, and yeah, it's definitely a tough one, especially since it's faster than it looks, and drivers, I'm sure, getting it wrong around there. These drivers now just have to make sure they learn from the mistakes of those that have been before. Don't do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, and they've got to make sure that they are just driving this the way that they need to around this track. Not the way that they have to, the way that they need to. There is a distinct difference between those two sorts of things. And when you're talking about those two sorts of things, Caitlin, driving the way that you have to is almost like you're being forced to drive in a certain style. Driving the way that you need to is driving well within that Alain Prost limit, which people so very often talk about, the way that you only need to drive to get a result. If you only need, say, 13th, for example, you drive to maybe finish 11th, 12th place, that gets you done what you need. You almost have to manage your race effectively as if, say, 11th or 12th place is a victory. Anything on top of that could be a bonus.
Absolutely, yeah. I think if you're in the top 10, at least you know that you're safe. You know you can keep steady. That is, unless you have a lot of drivers pushing on your tail. Incidentally, what did I just say about Jason Muscat? I said that he would be in the top 10 in no time. He's just got into the top 10. Oh, and he's been knocked out by Alfie Lawrenson. Okay, never mind. Oh, it wasn't Lawrenson who pushed him out, actually. It was Tom Lombert. But anyway, yeah, time's tumbling. Doesn't really matter. It's only practice at this point in time. So I've been impressed by Luis Felipe Capamachian, who I actually don't recognize. I've never commentated on him at racing before, and I don't know anything about his career. But anyway, I expect to have a few memories of him after tonight, because that's an impressive lap there, 59.064.
Yeah, a very, very impressive lap time, and it has meant now that this is a very, very close field. The top 14 is split by a second exactly, with Rando Tam currently in the 14th place at the moment, as he looks to try and come across the line, find some improvements here in practice. Across the line he goes, and he does not find himself an improvement on his 1 minute lap time, but Luca D'Amelio does. He breaks the 59 barrier. He's in a 58.8, and Luca D'Amelio, I think, is trying to make a run here in this second split and saying, well, we know how established David Mroczek is, we know how established Jurnej Simončić seemingly is, but one Luca D'Amelio is saying, well, you cannot forget about me in any way, any shape, or any form. I came here to race, and I may not race you until the final, but at the moment it seems on practice pace, with just under 4 minutes now before we take ourselves over to official qualifying. Seems that D'Amelio is cementing himself as the man to beat.
Absolutely, yeah. And that is about the same lap time that David Mroczek set in qualifying in race 1. And he's actually, well, it's the fastest lap time we've seen in a practice session so far today. Of course, in practice for the previous races qualifying, they didn't go anywhere near this fast, actually. So I'm wondering here whether we may have a challenge for Mroczek on our hands, or Simončić too, of course, who won race 1. Of course, there's no difference between the two sets of drivers. There was no real way that the stewards decided who was going to be in which split, except for a complete random draw. So it's not exactly split 1 or split 2. It's just two different fields of driver, but whatever the case, 21 drivers we have here now, or 20, sorry. We've lost Tomasz Pasewko again, who appears to be ducking in and out with technical difficulties, so we hope he gets those sorted. He said earlier there were 22, although one of those drivers was not actually in the session properly. So we do have 21 if Tomasz Pasewko makes it back. But anyway, I want to give a shout out to those who are new to World Pro Racing, and potentially to rFactor 2 as well. I see some new names. As I said, I don't recognize Luis Felipe Capamachian, who is doing brilliantly at the in second position. I also don't recognize the name Guyan Branton, currently doing well in 12th place, or Rando Tam in 14th, Caleb Nagatu, or Nagatua, sorry, in 16th, or Thomas Boniface either. So a couple of names that I don't know, but a lot of those drivers need to be pretty competitive here, especially Capamachian.
Well, we just got confirmation that's come in that the top 13 from Heat 1 are going to make it through. So from what we expected, we are going to get, so the top 13 will advance, and the top 13 then should advance as well from this second split as well. So if things were to go from practice, it would be Guyon Branton who would be the big point of contention when it comes to how this race is going to go. 21 into 13, as we very much know, and we are not very good at maths as sim racing commentators, traditionally is what is always said to us, Caitlin, that maths is not always our strong point, but even I can work out that 21 into 13, that just doesn't go.
It doesn't indeed, and that means that again we're going to have drivers knocked out, and actually even more so than in race 1, since we have 21 drivers here and there were 19 in race 1. It's not going to make a significant difference, but again it does mean that you just need to make sure you don't make any serious mistakes. A little bit surprised by Tom Beckhauser, who's still at the back of the field. He of course is a Formula 3 champion, and I wouldn't expect a Formula 3 champion to be putting in 101s at this point in time, so whether he's got more time to give, we're yet to see. But this looks a little bit with no disrespect to him, he's obviously good, but I wonder, and someone goes off just behind him there. I wonder whether he hasn't quite got used to the car yet, or whether potentially he's not used to rFactor 2 maybe. Again, I don't know much about his career, but whatever the case, still down in 21st position.
Well, you could say with practice being over that there could be a big old bag of sand in the car, so to speak. The fact that he's saving his true pace for qualifying, that will only be found out in the next couple of moments' time, because as we do know, Practice is complete here on this race, this fantastic race, this Premier Series, an E-race, some would say, as we get ourselves ready for qualifying here in heat number 2. And we'll see who can put themselves up to the top of the timing stands when it comes to qualifying. Now, this is going to be important. Whoever gets out on track first, we know it's a tight track. We know it's a short track. It's going to mean that it's going to be a mad scramble to get down to pit road first. And from what I can see in terms of driver who's at the pit road first, it's Alaric Enslan, who will be the first driver to get out on track and get things right. Go careful in pit lane, drivers. Almost a little bit of argy-bargy as they fight for a little bit of space. Waiting for the light to go green to let themselves go. There goes the light, 10 minutes up on the clock, and everyone now is going to have this mad scramble out of pit road.
Here we go. Didn't quite see who's the first onto the to the track. Although, yeah, everyone just screaming out of the pits. Everyone wanting to get a good run. Alaric Enslan, sorry, appears to have the clean road in front of him. He was the first out of the pits, and that may give him a slight advantage at the start. However, it does mean that he will be on the greenest track of anyone, the one with the least rubber on it. And I'm expecting his first run to maybe not be quite as quick as he is capable of doing. Although again, he does have some clean air. I will want to make the most of it and put in a banker lap just in case things happen later on.
Well, things are happening, I think, a little bit now, and it involves one Luca D'Amelio, who is getting very, very close to a few drivers trying to warm up the tyres, and he now needs to find himself some space to really open his lap up, because I think it's starting to just go ever so slightly awry for him, as the first times will now be started here out on track. It's very important to get yourself a bit of space. A few drivers don't. Thomas Boniface is certainly one of them, and he gets a huge snap through turn 1 as well, who does not have much space, so he'll be very reliant on that driver in front being quick so that he can also be quick as he heads through 3, 4, and then into 5, out of the Castrol S's into turn number 5. And this is going to be so difficult for drivers to get those lap times together. The first one we'll see is going to be, of course, Alaric Enslan, who makes himself a very, very quick time out of Higgins' corner, looking to try and make some pushes forward. I think every driver knows that it might just be get a banker time in now here, and maybe you'll get your chance a little later on to find the magic time when the track's rubbered in.
Indeed. So, first flying lap about to be set. Alaric Enslan about to cross the line. It's a 1 minute, 0.084. He's been beaten already by Ernest Lappen, who did go first, incidentally, very, very briefly. And now at the top of the times is Luis Felipe Capamagian. It's Capamagian followed by Vosnica and Hemmingson, who have followed him across the line, and each have set pretty good opening laps. Those are some strong banker laps from the people at the front of the order, and we still yet to see those from D'Amelio, who's actually on an out lap at this point in time, and also some of the other real contenders as well. Backhauser crosses the line. He's 7 seconds down, so still no competitive lap time from Backhauser, no representative lap, I'm sure. D'Amelio, the only driver who hasn't set a flying lap so far.
Yeah, and that was very much the same for Jurnej Simoncic, let's not forget, in the early stages of qualifying just an hour or so ago. This is going to be a big challenge to get the times in and working into favour as drivers look to find themselves a few improvements. So there is improvements. Miguel de los Rios up into second place, but Capamagian finds the improvement, 59 flat. Up by 0.2 of a second. Vosnica in third is 0.3 back, and it is so tight. Third all the way down to 8th place, being held by Michi Hoyer. That is split by just 0.2 of a second at the moment. So now it's about time. You need to find a few fractions. Someone like Hoyer, for example, well, he needs only the smallest fraction of the pie. He needs 1,000th of a second to go faster.
Indeed, we also had an improvement from our provisional pole sitter, Capamagian, 59.053. fastest time we've seen in this session so far. Still about 0.2 of a second off the pole time from race 1. And I'm expecting if anyone can take it, it's going to be Luca D'Amelio, judging by his practice times. He is in just coming up to the final corner now to set his first flying lap. Omri Cynic there improving again, 59.179, and just going into the pits. Here comes Luca D'Amelio around the final corner. It's slightly banked, not really that much, and past that large curb across the line. This is going to be good. It's second. It's a 58.993. Kappa Madjan did improve again that last time around, 58.970 from him. The two of them separated by just 0.02 of a second over provisional pole position.
So that's all you need to know. Henri Cynic in third at the moment, making his way through turn number 5, hoping there are going to be improvements. Alfie Lawrenson has moved up into 8th place. Great time from him, up into 8th. He's just 1,000th of a second off of Tom Lombard, and that is going to be just that little bit annoying for some drivers. When you're 1,000th away, you say, well, why can't it be even? Why can't I just have a tight time? That might make my life a little bit easier. It might spur other drivers on. You never know in terms of the way that it goes. In terms of those on the bubble, in 13th, it's Ernest Lappins in 13th place, 59.982. He's a full second off of fastest at the moment, so needs to find a little bit more. But Luca D'Amelio, top of the timing stand, as he gets there on a 58.891. He found an extra 1/10 of a second.
Absolutely, he did. Still, again, not quite as quick as Marchek in Q1, but that really doesn't matter because this race, of course, isn't one that determines the grid for the final. It just determines who gets through. And as a result, he just wants to be comfortable for this particular race. But he will be absolutely going for it at this point in time. And that is a wonderful, wonderful lap from Luca D'Amelio. And yeah, that's very much a beat that opponent type statement.
It certainly is, and we have seen other drivers improve. Lappins is one of them. He's up into 10th place. He jumps Branton, but Jason Muscat jumps up as well. He goes into 11th as Frank Hamming now finds himself on the bubble in 13th, and he's just a second off the fastest time. Alaric Enslan finds improvement, goes up into 14th place as Thomas Boniface finds himself up in 13th now. He moves within a second and gets the time that he wanted out of it. So the track working, 3 minutes to go. That's not long at all. And Lappins has just gone 6th at the right time to move himself within half a second of pole.
Wow, that's pretty good for Lappins there. Little over half a second off pole position at this point in time. He's just made a mistake, but anyway, yeah, definitely improving his time. I've raced Lappins in the past, but not for a long time, so he's obviously improved since then. But anyway, 6th position as it stands. Ahead of him, Jan Bosnica, another driver who's improved a lot ever since I started commentating on sim racing, doing a very good job in 5th position at this point in time. Delos Rios about to complete another lap. He's currently in 4th position and definitely going for it at this point in time. His lap has been on the ragged edge so far. I was watching him through the middle sector as he hooks it in for the final corner. That's a wider line on the entry than we see a lot of other drivers take. But that may end up working because it gives him a good run out of the corner, and that was actually an out lap, I think, for Miguel Delos Rios. So that was him setting up for his flying lap, and I think he was probably ragged in the middle sector last time around to try to warm his tyres up.
And that's what's needed because there's only 2 minutes to go now here in qualifying. That's going to be tough to get those tyres up to temperature, and he's already around to turn number 5. That's how quickly a lap goes. Small slide. He tries to put the power down as quickly as possible, makes his way down the Dennyholm straight, looking over towards things. D'Amelio's gone even quicker. He's done a 58.772 now. He's almost 2/10 clear of Kappa Manajan, who he himself in the 58 has had a wonderful time, but ultimately this is a very, very close field with a very big battle on its hands. Likes of Martin Hemmingson, Michi Hoyer, Tom Lombard, Alfie Lauritsen, all in the 59.5s, all split by less than 0.04 of a second between each other. If you want to know how close sim racing is, it is this close at this point in this time. So we could see so many fireworks happen when it comes to qualifying. 1:10 on the clock And now you start looking on those on the outside looking in. The likes of, say, Beckhauser, who's almost a second off of everyone else on a 101.3. Pasefko, Tam, Nagatoa looking to try and get through. Those drivers all want to get inside the top 13 for qualifying.
Indeed, yeah, of course it's more important to do that in the race, although it definitely helps to do it in qualifying as well. The higher up the field you are, the less likely you are to get involved in an accident at the start, and also the higher up the field you are, the more likely you are to finish in a higher position at the end of the race. So it definitely helps, especially at a track as small, as tight, as twisty as Manfeild GP circuit. But anyway.
But anyway, indeed, it's going to be tough. You've got 15 seconds then. Get yourself a lap in. Can you get yourself over the line with one more? The top three of the top four, I'm not going to set any more lap times. That's D'Amelio, Capamanijan, and De Los Rios. So Henri Cynic, arguably, is the only driver who can find the big improvement, but anybody can. Timer expires. Then here, the likes of Jan Vosnica comes across the line, does find minor improvement, stays in 5th place though. So Vosnica does improve in terms of time. Drivers out there at the moment, such as Martin Hemmingson, looking for times. Here is Cynic, though, coming across the line, and Henri Cynic does not find the improvement, so stays 3rd, 4/10 off of what was fastest, what was needed overall. Hemmingson needs to put a time in, as does Michi Hoyer. Jason Muscat is in there, as well as the likes of Frank Hamming, who is on the outside looking in 14th place, and Alaric Enslan in 15th. So Hamming will use all of the track on the way to the line, and he will dive down onto pit road. It wasn't going to work. Enslan, big push on that curb as he looks to go for the line. Needs to find himself 0.3 of a second. He found a 10th, and it was not enough to change position. Keep an eye out on that. So Hoyer does not find improvement. Hemmingson does go up in 6th place. He bumps Ernest Lappins down into that 7th place. So Lappins does not get what he wants. Final driver across the line will be Jason Muscat. He did improve, but he is still short of 10th place. A great effort on the 59.5. He'll be happy with the improvement, though. So Luca D'Amelio will be on pole. It'll be Luis Felipe Capamanijan, who will be in 2nd, and Henri Cynic, who will be 3rd. It will be Miguel de los Rios in 14th, and Jan Vosnica in 5th. Sorry, so Miguel de los Rios in 4th place. Martin Hemmingson in 6th, Ernest Lapp in 7th, Michi Hoyer 8th, Tom Lombards in 9th, and Alfie Lorentzen in 10th. We're going to step aside, though, for one moment here with Raceline. We'll be back with more after this.
the dream. You have all the drive in the world. You have talent to burn. Now all you need is a chance. Toyota are committed to developing and nurturing the next generation of world-class racing drivers. Because if you can dream it, we can do it.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this fantastic premiere race that we are seeing in these wonderful, wonderful vehicles. This Tatuus FT-60 premiere race brought to you, of course, with Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand and all of the trimmings that go along with that as well. Some brilliant racing has been going on, and there is going to be more with the second race coming up very much. The final chances for drivers to qualify through this second race, the second heat that is coming up right now. Jake Sperry, Caitlin Penny here in the commentary box for this one. And Caitlin, we saw how in the opening race it was all about getting track position early. Those starts are going to be crucial. We've seen drivers desperately trying to get tyres up to temperature, and that one start, you look at the front row, you look at Luca D'Amelio, you're going to look at Luis Felipe Capamandajan. It's he who puts the tyres up to temperature best is best placed.
Indeed, yeah, we've seen that in the first race, and I expect we're about to see that again. We have 20 drivers on the server now. We've actually lost Tom Beckhauser, who qualified right at the back of the field, surprisingly. I expect he probably hasn't got used to the simulator yet, but anyway, hopefully he will make it back, because providing he finishes, I expect he has a chance of getting through to the final. We've seen that that's the most important thing by race one, and Beckhauser is indeed in the server. He's raced in real life, of course, in the Formula Regional Championship, as well as the Asian F3 Championship with mixed results, but definitely some real success. And of course, the fact that he's got to that level in the first place is more than most of us can hope to do in our lives. So good for him. Although not having a qualifying session that he would have wanted, still about to go out there and give it his best shot, I'm sure, as he fights it out with these 20 other sim racing veterans.
I'm going to say something controversial here, and that controversial thing to be said is that I believe that all racers who go out and race with all the money that they have available to them are just sim racers with money, some may say. But in all honesty, I think that what you could say here, Caitlin, as well, for what's going on, is I would call this style of racing no different to quote-unquote real racing.
I mean, there are very slight differences in it. Of course, you have to get used to the sensation of it looking like you're driving, but actually, you're not. So you don't get the same kind of forces that you do in reality. Also, I found that sim racing can sometimes be a little bit more mentally straining than in real life too, because of course you get less of a field of view and kind of less sensation through your backside, and as a result, you actually have to concentrate more. And a lot of people don't expect that when they start sim racing, and then they think, wow, okay, my body's not tired, but heck, my brain is. Yeah, so that's always something that people have to get used to as well. So it will feel slightly different, and then as well you have things like setup options. Setups, of course, well, you can set up the same things in real life to in sim racing. You do it in a kind of different way, and the options are more precise in sim racing. And as a result, that's another thing that you have to get used to.
It is something you've got to get used to, and I think a lot of drivers who find themselves both sim racing and racing out there on the circuits, be it in championships, be it in track days, etc., etc. I think there are a couple differences, but you do find that you have very much transferable skills, and it depends how much money you have to put into your sim rig to say how much feeling you are going to get, say with full motion simulator rigs, or of the craze as well that you see from time to time, especially when you see things such as Simkhana that has come along. Those are very interesting videos if you do get a chance to go out there and watch. But we are 2 minutes away from the formation lap, the gridding up process, and the race. So now you've got to ask, what are you expecting from those drivers near the front? Emilio, Capamandajan, you've got likes of Vojnica in there, Delos Rios, Lombard, Cynic. All these drivers are pretty much poised and ready to go out there and race. They know they can't afford to run into each other. As Tokarev would say, pretty much, he had to work very hard for a 6th place finish come the end of racing. I think these drivers, they want an easy time of things. They want an easy drive.
And they're not going to get one, because this is nowhere near easy. But anyway, less than 2 minutes to go until the start of this second qualifier race. Of course, we have 3 races as a whole today. The final one will be double the length of these qualifying races, and that will be the final, consisting of the top 13 from both races. It's going to be a best of the best kind of race, and that one is the one that I'm really looking forward to, because that is going to be so competitive. Not that these races aren't competitive. Of course, we've seen how close these drivers can be to each other in terms of time, and also in terms of the race. And of course, if the start goes badly for some drivers as well, then they're going to have a wall of cars in front of them to try to somehow navigate. Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one.
It is certainly going to be a tricky one, so make sure you keep an eye out on these drivers, trying to make sure that they are going to be racing at the best of their capabilities. And of course, we welcome everyone watching, of course, on YouTube through Raceline TV, and of course to World Pro Racing. Of course, you can catch that all in terms of which way you want to watch it. Hello to the people watching on Twitch. Hello to the people who are watching, of course, on YouTube. Hello, of course, people watching on Facebook as well, especially on that Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand Facebook. We say hello to you, and just how brilliant that your vehicles are at your tracks. And this is what the next generation, some may say, could be looking like in the next 5 to 10 years. This could be the next development pool that we are going to see for certain drivers to make their way up through the formulas. Of course, you can see drivers who have done so well already, who have made great progress. Frick Sotos is certainly one of them that I've kept an eye out on from Team Redline. The likes, of course, of Igor Fraga. You can say as much as you want about him. Of course, Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, etc. et al. You can always go and see drivers who have been using this as a tool to get better, and some who have come from the sim and have made their way up into a reality, a thing that many thought was only a novelty or a gimmick maybe 7-8 years ago, with the likes of, say, the Gran Turismo effect that had come into play in the big races that they had. But from what was an academy, now comes to a race, and now the gridding up process begins. And Caitlin, we got ourselves one formation lap to go through. Drivers in the mid to rear, they've got to be careful as well about not being too quick to get themselves eager to go around. We saw a little bit of drama in the background of what happened in that opening race, and it caught one driver out without a rear wing.
It did indeed. So they're going to have to be careful on this those formation lap, although that should go without saying. Here we go. We have the grid just lining up. Luca D'Amelio leads away. We've actually got one driver who's going to be starting. Oh, not starting from the pits. Caleb Nagato, sorry, made it to the grid just in time. It looked like it wasn't going to be. And D'Amelio there ran through the grass, heading towards turn 1. That's exactly what we were just saying about how you have to be careful while warming your tires. And D'Amelio there, I think with a slight over rotation, went all 4 wheels on the grass heading towards turn 1. That's embarrassing.
It is, and that's not how you do it. And some say that weaving's easy, you know, you're just getting the tyres up to temperature. Weaving is very much not easy, and no matter how many times that we see it, and we've seen it so many times in so many other different series. I just see someone else actually just make the same mistake, and that's Martin Hemmingson, who has done exactly the same thing on the Demi-Holland Straight. So that pretty much tells you all you need to know. Weaving is one skill that does need improvement.
Those of you who saw World Pro Racing's, it was another event we did relatively recently, also in Slicks and Wing single-seaters, saw Ben Hamlet do that under the safety car.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, went into the barrier and lost the race as a result of it. But anyway, here we go to the grid. It's going to be D'Amelio on the front row of the grid after that little excursion, alongside Capamadjan. Then Cynic, De Los Rios, Vosnica, Hemmingson, Lappins, Hoyer, Lombard, Lawrenson, Muscat, Branton, Boniface, Hamming, Enslin, Ngatoa, Titus, Tam, Rusnak, Wasevko, and Beckhauser. Those are the 21 drivers in order, just lining up on the grid and preparing to let their engines rip and roar down to turn 1.
Some drivers have left a lot of space in their grid stalls, one of whom is Miguel de los Rios, one of who needs to work out what a good start is. A lot of space given by Capamandajan as well. He's leaving a lot of room to be desired as they get themselves lights on. Jump start. There's a jump start in the middle. I think Hoyer nearly went as well. I think 2 or 3 drivers nearly went. It's a poor start from De Los Rios. Contact from Bosnica as we get ourselves underway. D'Amelio immediately under pressure. Contact on the run into turn 1. Capamandajan survives as they go through into this big right-hander of Toyota corner, and almost it ended in disaster right for the front two. They're still side by side. D'Amelio survives to tell the tale through the Castrol Ashes now, and now in third is Cynic. It's Hemmingson in 4th place. Vosnica now back to 5th, and they almost come together in the middle of the pack there. But in front of Hoyer, that's Lawrenson and De Los Rios going at it together as they head themselves through the left of turn number 5. It was almost a disaster, and one in the grass there. Didn't quite catch who it was. It was Nagatoa.
Yeah, Jason Muscat also went off, as did Guillaume Branton after an incident with Boniface and Boniface and Enslin, and Enslin becomes our first retirement. Muscat has dropped to the back after his off, so a couple of drivers getting it all wrong further back. There was some contact going into turn 1, and Enslin got absolutely fired off, and that was also the incident which took off Guillaume Branton, who's now down in 19th position. So some swapping in the order, cleaner than the race 1 start, but we've had a car as well. Branton is in the
No, it's not. That's Frank Hamming.
Boniface up in the air, and or Boniface rather, and we had another car that was going very sideways there. I think it was Mitchie Hoyer, maybe.
It was Hamming.
Yeah, sorry, it was actually. You're right, it was Frank Hamming. So Frank Hamming there got a little bit boxed in behind the drivers ahead of him, and ended up sliding sideways. Got a couple of touches, and Thomas Boniface currently found himself being flicked up in the air.
Yeah, he did, and that was not what he wanted in terms of a race. Almost contact there. It was De Los Rios and Lombards there, almost coming together. This is the battle 8th, 9th, and 10th. You got Hoyer there. Hamming is somehow in 11th. Zefko 12th, and Titus in 13th place on the bubble. Rusniak trying to get in on this as well, but side by side through the final corner. All of the track on the outside for Miguel de los Rios. He's got to be careful he doesn't get a cut track penalty for that, running too wide. Hoyer, which way do you go? Thread the needle for 3 wide, potentially. Trying to go down the inside. Door gets shut. Bit of contact there for De Los Rios, and Hoyer hangs the man out to dry. De Los Rios still trying to fight hard here, but Mishi's going to have none of that. Inside line, though, for him at turn 3, but Hoyer's gone straight on through that section, could not shut it down. Now has to really slow the vehicle down, get it back on track. Careful on the rejoin, my friend. Zefko trying to find a way through as well to get himself up into 11th. Couldn't quite find it. Vehicle spins in the background.
So that was Thomas Boniface again. He's been in the wars so far today, and he did that completely on his own there. Possibly has some damage from the incident earlier on, but anyway, spun off completely on his own and is now down into 19th position, in real danger of being one of the drivers eliminated here. But anyway, I'm surprised Mitchie Hoyer got away with that. I was really worried he was going to take someone off on the restart. Yana Titus gets past Thomas Besefka in the background over 12th and 13th positions. These are right on the lower end of the buffer, and need to really concentrate on keeping it clean, not taking each other off, because that could end both of their races, both of their chance to get through to the final here. Tatuus has the place. Sefco is in 13th, and I think that the driver who has the most ground to gain. Oh, and there's just been a bit of contact there between Muscat and Agatu, and the driver who's going to have the most ground to gain out of this is going to be Thomas Boniface, because he's been involved in several incidents and he's just been given a drive-through penalty for his contribution to the accident.
That's not going to be helpful for him in terms of the way he wants this race to go. So Boniface with a long road back at the front of the field, though. It's 2 to the breakaway. Luca D'Amelio and Luis Felipe Capamanjan, who have both just broken away from Martin Hemmingson, who is already 2.4 seconds back at Capamanjan here on the 5th lap of this race now starting. So that pretty much tells you all you need to know. D'Amelio leads, Capamanjan second, Hemmingson in third, Woznica in 4th place. It's Cynic in 5th, it's Lappins in 6th, Lawrence in 7th, but it's the back of the 10th now you focus on, because Hoyer's trying to get back at Frank Hamming. Hamming goes deep down at the Castrolesses, and suddenly on the inside, turns to the outside for Hoyer. He's got the inside at the very difficult turn 5, and he's got the inside track as well. They come together. Hamming gets himself in the grass. He'll lose another position to Titus, and now Hamming under pressure from the likes of Rusniak as well, because through goes Sefco, and now all of a sudden Hamming on the bubble, but here's Rando Tam trying to get through into 14th place. He can't quite find the way done at Higgins.
Hoyer had a very, very big slide, big twitch, and just kind of booted Hamming off the circuit. But anyway, yeah, Hemmingson now has been passed by Jan Woznica. So Woznica up into 3rd position and keeps it on the inside. Nicely done from Jan Woznica. Hemmingson trying to come back to him on the exit, deciding to crash in the better part of Ballard, which is definitely very important in this race, as much as the drivers want to finish further up. Boniface now in to take his drive-through penalty, and he's going to be dropping right to the back with that. Guillaume Branton wasn't far enough back then to keep that 19th position, and that's going to be swapping the order down further back, but up front I think Woznia's got that done on Hemmingson, and I don't think Hemmingson's going to risk anything trying to launch anything up the inside or whatever. It would be madness to do so, especially since where they finish in this race doesn't matter so long as it's inside the top 30.
Well, it's going to be a big, bold race for so many drivers. Frank Hamming on the bubble. He's on for 14th. Here comes Rando Tam again, going to the inside of turn 7 at Dunlop. It's so difficult to get a move done there. And he's got it wrong on the exit then. Very lucky he's not come together with Rusniak, and both of them are now holding each other up here, because look behind, Jason Muscat is desperate to find a way through, cannot get it done at the Toyota corner, trying to get up and under in towards turn 2, and I think he's almost got it. Bit of contact between them, and Tam has to let him have it there, because Muscat was so aggressive through that section heading to the Castrolesses. It has cost them so much time at the moment to Frank Hamming. That gap is now up over 2 seconds.
Indeed. So anyway,
Muscat's around.
Oh, yeah, Jason Muscat, a driver who I said would almost undoubtedly finish in the top 10 here today, was running 15th, made a big slide, saved it. It was a good save, but it's cost him 2 positions.
Hamming's got drive through.
Oh yeah, and Frank Hamming, who, well, I don't know why that is. I haven't seen any reason why he'd have a drive through, but he does. And Frank Hamming, it appears it's going to have to go through the pits. Yeah, it does. So that's going to put Patrick Rusinak up into the final provisionally, and Hamming well down the order. Now, was that? I'd be surprised if that was for the collision with Hoyer. I'd be very surprised. But anyway, Hamming's got a penalty, and the stewards have spoken, so he's going to have to come through from 18th as it stands.
Well, yeah, that's going to be a very long day now for Frank Hamming, and he's not got long. He's got half of the race to go if he wants to try and get exactly what he wants. So Rusniak on the bubble, Rando Tam not that far behind. Nagatoa wants to get himself close, as does Jason Muscat. So what can Nagatoa find to get himself a chance to go through? Tam and Rusniak there, 12th and 13th. Other battles on track a little further forward. 6, 7, 8. Lappin's under pressure here from both Lawrenson and Lombards here. And this is a little bit worrying because if they start fighting and coming together, any one bit of contact needing to replace a nose cone, that puts you back a considerable amount of time. Lombards is off. He's in the gravel.
Okay, yeah, Lombart's making a mistake there, I think. Just gonna have a look at what happened. He's resumed. Yeah, he's still in ninth, so he's still safe, as it seems. But yeah, it seems he braked, locked up, and then got onto the grass and spun the car around, just kept south of the wall and rejoined the track. I also just had a look at why we had a penalty for Frank Hamming. It wasn't the incident with Hoyer, as I expected. It was actually on lap 2 when he caused the incident that sent Boniface for a flight. But anyway, yeah, Lawrenson up there into 6th position ahead of Lappins. But yeah, that's over 6th place.
Yeah, and Rando Tam's had himself a moment. He's just clipped the back of Rusniak. He was at turn 5, able to save it, but at the cost of what? 2 positions, one to Muscat and one to Nagatoa. So now that brings Muscat back into 15th place, and Rusniak is starting to fall back into the clutches. Currently, it's 4 drivers fighting for 1 space, and nobody behind seemingly wants to get it because almost all the drivers have made mistakes at some point in time. Front 2, they've checked out. They're 2 seconds between them, D'Amelio and Capomandajan. We're not going to talk much about them. They've got 5 seconds now as they've got themselves ahead of Jan Woznica in 3rd position right now. So they're doing very, very well at this point in time. But it is on 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th.
It really is, yeah. Rusniak currently 13th, just ahead of Ngatoa, who is less than half a second back from him is Jason Muscat, and then it's really not that far back to Rando Tam either. So indeed, any of those drivers could get through to the final. Only one of those spaces is actually eligible for that, and they are all chasing Patrick Rusniak at this point in time. Ngatoa gets a better exit to the final corner. He's in the slipstream heading towards turn 1 and appears to be close enough. Goes to the right hand side. And he's driven straight into him. He's driven straight into the back of him. Rusniak goes straight into the barrier, just bounces off it, doesn't appear to have any damage or whatever. Ngatoa has 13th position, but I'd be surprised if he's allowed to keep that. And I think Jason Muscat might be about to take 13th.
Well, the door was left open. I will say the door was left open for Nagatoa to go through. But to make Muscat's life a little bit worse, he's got a 5-second time penalty added on to his race. So even if he does get through on Nagatoa, he does have to find 5 extra seconds on this pack in front. And even I don't believe that is possible. It is on as well for 7th and 8th places. Delos Rios has caught Ernest Slappins here, and he will look to go down the inside here at turn number 1. Can he get it sorted on the brakes? Oh, you bet he can. And he's got them nicely on the block on the exit. So Lappin's back to 8th. Delos Rios up now into 7th position. It's on for 4th place once again, but it is absolutely on 13th, 14th, 15th. Right now, Rando Tam needs to be the man. Wide goes Nagatoa, and all of a sudden, Muscat not in a position to capitalise into the Castrol S's.
In fact, I was looking back at the incident between Ngatoa and Rusniak. It's not as clear cut as I first thought it was. Oh, as he gets hit from behind by Jason Muscat. Muscat spins. Muscat is off the road, and I'm afraid that was pretty cut and dry there. That was just Jason Muscat leaving his braking too late, not allowing for Ngatoa ahead of him, spinning the car around. He's now dropped behind Patrick Rusniak, so contact between... And Lappins has crashed! Lappins has got no front end! He slammed it into the wall, and that's really bizarre because no one was around him. He steered off the road in a straight line. He must have had a wheel disconnection or something. Something technical happened with that car anyway. There was a failure at high speed, and he slammed into the barrier, and that is race over for Ernest Lappins. Actually, he's continuing on the road despite not... Well, I don't know if he knew. He didn't have... Surely he must... Well, he must know. He's continuing in the race anyway on 3 wheels. That's unsafe. Rando Tam's just had another spin while fighting 13th with Caleb Ngatoa. Went up the inside, possibly left it a bit too late. There was contact, he spun it around. Lappins surely isn't going to complete this lap, but Well, he's still trying. He's still in 12th place, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets black flag pretty shortly for that. He's trying to overtake. He's taking him off. He's taking him off. He tried to overtake Caleb and Guitar in a straight line, slams straight into him, and into the wall he goes. That is chaos.
It is chaos, but Lapins had everything to fight for, and it's ultimately game over against Natoa. And all of a sudden, Natoa is in a great position. We have been corrected in terms of our pronunciation, but it makes a big change. Tam now 13th, Natoa in 12th, Pasefko 11th, and now Lapins is out. He is out of the race, and he was driving very much like 1997, Michael Schumacher running into the back of David Coulthard in all of that. So now with a couple of minutes left to go, it is all changed. Other battles on track. Lombards and Hoyer are at it together at the moment. And now don't count your chickens wherever you are. Jason Muscat, you may just get yourself into 13th. You've got a 5-second penalty as well, but I would not write this race over just yet. There is still that Michi Hoyer battle.
Guitar has just been off, and he's been given a drive-through. He spun it at the at turn 5 after getting onto the grass. That's going to be an unsafe rejoin. Yeah, that was an unsafe rejoin. Slammed again into Patrick Rusinak. That's the second time this race, and he's made contact with Rusinak. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a penalty for both of those times. That was clearly an unsafe rejoin. Just went straight across the nose of Patrick Rusinak. He's going to be dropping back now. He's being passed left, right, and centre. Hamming and Branton have both gone through. I was close there with Branton. And Gatoa slowing, and I think he's pulling out off and out of the race.
Yeah, Natoa then is going to be out. So for Caleb Natoa, that is not what he wants in terms of the way that this race is going to go. It promotes Muscat up into 13th. Now watch his gap at the moment. He's got exactly what he needs, which is a 6 seconds. He only needs 5 over Rusinak, who is not close enough at the moment to leapfrog Muscat with the 5-second time penalty that is there at the moment. But for Luca D'Amelio, he is now entering the final lap of his race. He'll be very happy with the way that he's been running at the moment. Big battle on for 5th place. This is Alfie Lauritsen and Martin Hemmingson. This is for 4th even, so to speak, as they go into turn number 1. Surely we can't see any more drama finishing this race off as they go through. Oh yes, we can. They both come together. They save it though as they head themselves through towards the Castrol S's for the final time as they make their way through. And how deep do you go? Hemmingson up and under on Lauritsen. Nothing you can do. Cynic and Delos Rios now onto the back of this, and almost contact between them as Delos Rios got a bit of the grass, able to save it as they go on through. But you have to talk about who is at the front of this field. It's Luca D'Amelio, unchallenged after the start. He makes his way through the final corner. He will take heat 2 and be very happy. Kapamanajan will take 2nd. Voznica will take 3rd. It's on for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, though, as they make their ways to the line. Hemmingson trying to be chased down by Lauritsen. He's not going to be close enough. Cynic and Delos Rios not close enough. Hoyer and Lombard just not close enough, although Hoyer will try. He will not make it. And as things provisionally stand, Jason Muscat, even with a 5-second time penalty, is going to sneak away through ahead of Patrick Rusniak by 1 second overall. Just 1 solitary second, the difference. As things stand, through the final corner goes Muscat. He has done just enough to give himself the safety with the 5-second buffer. So there is Rusniak in 14th on the outside looking in. Well, we said it was not as crazy a start as it was to begin with.
Yeah.
What it was madness.
Totally, partly with thanks to three-wheeler Ernest Lappens, who has now been disqualified a little bit late for that because, well, it wouldn't really make a difference to his position. He wasn't going to get through to the final anyway, but yeah, utter madness from him and very, very poor driving. But anyway, the drivers who have made it through are Luca D'Amelio, Lewis Campamaggian, Jan Voznica, Martin Hemmingson, Alfie Lauritsen, Henry Cynic, Miguel de los Rios, Tom Lombert, Michi Hoyer, Jana Titus, Thomas Pasefko, Rando Tam, and Jason Muscat. And the drivers who have been knocked out are Patrick Rusinak, Frank Hamming, Guyan Branton, Tom Backhauser, Bruno Boniface, who actually ran out of fuel on the final lap of the race, Caleb Natoa, Ernest Lappens, who was disqualified quite rightfully, and Alaric Anslan, who didn't make it to the end of the opening lap.
Well, a few retirements, not what was wanted, but Now we know the 26 who will race for the 30-minute feature, who will race for overall glory. It's absolutely anyone's, but you can only catch it right here with the racing that we've got. We're going to step aside once more here, and we'll be back with the feature after this.
You have a dream. You have all the drive in the world. You have talent to burn. Now all you need is a chance. Toyota are committed to developing and nurturing the next generation of world-class racing drivers. Because if you can dream it, we can do it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Racing Action here at this wonderful Manfeild Circuit, which we have seen so many times again and again. We're just in the process of sorting out the drivers here to get themselves ready for the final, so you will have to bear with us just for a little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen. Jake Sperry, Caitlin Penny here in the commentary box as we establish that names are always very difficult to get right. We normally try and say them the best we can the first time round, and until we're told otherwise, that's normally the way that things go for us. So we do try, and sometimes we don't quite get it right. But the thing we do know is that we get it right for the next time that we see things that are going on. But we've got a final coming up, which is going to be a huge 30-minute feature. It's going to be a tough 30-minute feature. We saw how in the both races, it was a case of once the driver had got themselves out and away to a gap, there was no reason to go out there and fight much longer. They pretty much stayed within 2 seconds. This is going to be the same case for these drivers except to the fact that they are going to have to battle as hard as they possibly can to the very latter stages of racing that's going to be going on, Caitlin. This is going to be a tough challenge. And with 30 minutes, we saw how a couple of drivers were starting to come back at the end of that opening race as drivers took their foot off the pedal, so to speak. Now it's about who is going to get themselves to the big time and pick up a massive victory.
Absolutely, yeah. As you say, it's not going to be like the first race at all, or the first two races, because in the first two races there wasn't really any reason to fight for the win. It was all going on down in the bottom end of the top 10 and the first few places of the bottom 10 as well. But in this race, of course, this is the final. This is the one that counts. There is every reason to fight for the highest position that you can, because that's why you're here. So yeah, I expect it's going to be a different story. I expect there's going to be a much fiercer competition at the front, because this time the drivers have a reason to fight.
They do have a reason to fight, and it is going to be a very, very strong race that we're going to see. Every driver's going to want to be up there at their very best and showing what they're capable of in these 30-minute races, or this 30-minute race. It's a little bit of a different mentality from a 15-minute sprint. You've got double the time. You've got double the distance to go and get everything to work out for you. You know and understand what is needed from a driver. You need to be a little bit more patient. You can't go for the 50-50 move straight away here, Caitlin. You very much have that time to sit back, to wait, to see whether you can force a mistake or not.
Indeed, it's all about pressure, especially since that's very much a single-seater tactic. You know, it's very intimidating seeing someone chasing you down in your mirrors in a race with cars as fast and pointy as this. And as a result, if you keep putting pressure on someone, then I can guarantee that unless they're a very, very cool head, they're gonna make a mistake at some point. So it's certainly worth it. And I expect that that is what we're going to be seeing a lot of the overtakes in this final race made by.
Yeah, and it is those overtakes which are going to be very, very interesting to see at this point in time. So we will see just how that plays out for drivers once and again, as they all look to try and put themselves in position to get themselves a big, big result from them. But you got to talk about that opening section. It's always been a very, very tough battle. Keep an eye out on how you have to be getting the move done. Turn number one. Yeah, if you can't get it done by one, you do have that outside shot into turn number 3 and 4 at the Castrol S's, but you have to get it done at Toyota on lap 1. And you feel like, with how narrow that front grid is, you've got to be on the front 2 rows to have a realistic shot of putting yourself and setting yourself up for a race opportunity. Qualifying is going to be so crucial as and when we get to it.
Indeed, it is. Of course, it's going to be a 30-minute race, so you do have more chance for things to change. But at the same time, you also have a more experienced, more stronger field on average, and as a result, it's going to be a tougher race, and you're going to want to qualify as high up as you possibly can, because these drivers, they know how to pedal in a race scenario.
Oh, they certainly do, and you've got some of the best in the world who are there, the likes of Davin Rožič, Jene Simončić, and of course your winner from race 2 definitely did a brilliant job as well on top of that. So you got to talk about drivers in the business who are absolutely magical in terms of the way that they race. This could go any one of a number of ways. And you've also got to talk about the fact you've got drivers who can make great starts through the field in the opening laps. One of the drivers that I know more personally than everyone else is Cam Dance. The fact that consistently throughout his sim racing career, he's not been the best qualifier in the world, but he knows how to play landmine avoidance on lap 1. He's always in the right place at the right time. That could be the big difference maker a driver gets from being back in 10th or 15th or 20th and being all the way up inside the top 10, inside the top 5, inside the top 3 by the end of the opening lap, just because you know where to place the car where others run themselves into issues. And as we get ourselves closer and closer to racing action, then we're not that far away getting everything all nicely sorted together in terms of the way that this race is going to be run at the Circuit Chris Amon here, the Manfeild Circuit, which has been absolutely fantastic to see the racing going on around this track as the drivers look to get themselves all in nice and ready to get themselves moving forward into what is going to be a very, very tough battle that they have moving forward. 30 minutes of hard graft and action that will go through. And drivers, there are some to keep an eye out on. We know that the big contenders' names are all there. Drivers that maybe aren't quite maybe ones that we expect to be up there at that big level straight away, but now are starting to knock on the door. Thomas Vark, for a dark horse, I think is someone to keep an eye out on here, Caitlin.
Indeed, we can now announce the full starting list, the full list of finalists for this event. It is going to be Yanni Simoncic, David Mrocek, Chris Shepard, Cam Dance, Thomas Vach, Vlad Tokarev, Noah Rivers, Danny Robbins, Paul August Lana, Mikko Parry, Filippo Canio, Matthew Bugea, Nathan Missard, Luca D'Emilio, Luis Felipe Capamagian, Jan Vosnica, Martin Hemmingson, Alfie Lawrenson, Henri Sinek, Miguel de los Rios, Tom Lomberts, Michi Hoyer, Yana Titus, Thomas Pasevko, Rando Tam, and Jason Muscat.
Those make the 26 then, who will be eligible to get themselves up onto racing here. We're just about a few minutes away from looking at maybe the likes of qualifying coming up to play. I think these drivers all need to find just that one magical moment. But now this is the question that needs to be asked for some drivers between split 1 and split 2. The drivers who have been in split 1, they had the opportunity to race, take a step back, take a break, watch the competition, get back in it again. Will those drivers, Caitlin, be rusty with the fact that they are jumping straight back into practice and qualifying and everything else, knowing how this is going to go, especially on a track which seems to me like it might be ever so slightly raining?
Possibly, yeah. Well, I was wondering earlier actually whether it's an advantage to go first, because then you're allowed to kind of rest and reset your batteries before the final, or whether it's better to do the second race, because then you get to kind of go straight into it and you can carry the momentum across. I think it's all about stamina, really. If you have a lot of stamina, then it might be better to go second. Whereas if you tend to need rest a bit more, it would be better to go first. I think really the drivers are in the same boat, but in a different way. I don't think it's going to matter much. Let's put it that way.
But surely throw that all out of the window if it's raining and everyone now has to adapt to a different set of conditions.
To an extent, yeah.
Well, that's all you need to know. It is starting to rain. And that is the one thing I think all these drivers were looking at saying, oh, race 2, we might see rain. Or heat 2, we might see a bit of rain. Now, all of a sudden, if there's a bit of rain on that track, it is not as simple as fastest driver wins. There are a few drivers who go out there and maybe they are better at wet weather conditions compared to other drivers out there on the track. This is going to be a very delicate balancing act. And we think about how turn 5 was considered to be ice. Now, any time you drop a wheel at any point on this track, it is going to be a skating rink and it is going to be disaster.
Indeed, of course, you lose all sorts of grip in the wet. These cars as well, I presume they're going to put on wet tires if it gets a bit worse. I'm not sure who's on what tire at the minute because I'm still loading into the server. But anyway, yeah, I'm certainly looking forward. I'm certainly looking forward to this final. And how it goes, and seeing how the drivers from race 1 stack up against the drivers from race 2, whether Rocek, Simoncic, and the like stack up well against Luca D'Emilio and those he was racing.
Well, this is a big, big change that they've got with 8 minutes remaining and a bit more spare change in practice. Currently, the fastest driver is Luca D'Amelio, and then it's Kapamandajan in second, Simoncic in third. But if that rain is getting heavier and heavier, which I think it is, these practice times mean absolutely nothing, as Simoncic does go quicker on a 102.3. So if this track is still wet and is getting wetter and wetter, it's going to be tougher and tougher to find improvements on the time through this. It may just be the case that when it comes to qualifying, first driver out is best placed to get themselves fastest overall.
Indeed. So, I would like you to keep commentating for a bit because my server is taking a while to load. Sorry.
Oh no, that's absolutely fine at all. Of course, once everything is done here in this unofficial practice and everybody is in and ready, we'll move immediately straight to qualifying. We're 2 drivers short currently at the moment, and we do believe that if those 2 drivers do not find themselves a chance to turn up, then it means that we'll be going straight to qualifying anyway. So this is going to be very, very telling on the way that this race is going to be run, because there are a few drivers who maybe could say, I am a wet weather specialist and I can find myself a little bit better in terms of time. Jan Woznica is one of them on a 101.4. I think that track may ever so slightly find itself a way to try and dry out here to about 3 seconds, a lap slower at this point in time compared to fastest times that were done in practice a little bit earlier on in terms of the way that racing was going to be run. So we'll see how this all plays out in the long and the short of things. Just for the time being right now, we've got the likes of Cam Dance jumping in. Sefco has been in and out. He'll be back in hopefully as well as Chris Shepherd. So we just wait for Pasefco and then we'll all be ready to get themselves all ready to go in terms of the way that this is going to be run. But this is going to be a very tough challenge if you have absolutely no idea what's going on with the rain. Is it enough for a wet weather tyre? Is it going to be enough to stay on dries? Is it going to rain more? Is it going to rain less? This is a nightmare race for so many reasons, Kate.
Indeed, and of course these drivers have never, well, I can almost guarantee none of these drivers have ever even driven this car in the wet, or this circuit in the wet, so yeah, that'll be interesting. It's new territory for them, and they're going to have to call on the best of their car control abilities, the best of their muscle memory, and the best of their knowledge of how cars like this tend to handle in conditions like this, and just go out there and do as well as they can.
Well, as well as you can might just have to be all that they can do at this point in time. Everybody now may be a little bit worried. I wonder if the rain had just jumped off, moving to qualifying within the next minute. So that's going to be very, very telling for all these drivers to try and get in. Paul August Lana, the one driver who is not in at this point in time. This is going to be a very, very telling qualifying. See who is going to find the improvements. And you talk about wet weather races when it comes to World Pro Racing, when it has come to Raceline, you talk about that big wet weather race that happened at Le Mans to finish the GT3 Masters. It absolutely changed the way things had gone. As we move over to qualifying right now, rain changes the way that races are run. Different drivers have different skills and get themselves to the top. It takes a different style of driving to make wet weather racing work. Ambient temperature is down 10 degrees, Caitlin.
Indeed, yeah, that is going to be tricky. The grip is going to be something you really have to search for. Still, it's quite hot, of course. It's still the Australian summer. But anyway, yeah, the track is going to feel very different how it felt earlier on. And to be honest, I'm a little bit worried because even though we have a more competitive field as a whole than in the first 2 races, the first 2 races were carnage at times, and this race is, well, it's got even less grip. So yeah, I wish them luck.
Well, you got to wish them a whole heap of luck here as they all look to go through and find the one thing that works for them in terms of qualifying. Everybody has to be out early, get as much off of this track for rain as they can. It's going to be a tough qualifying here for everybody to get the laps in that they know that they are capable of doing. The likes of Cam Dance, Chris Shepherd are some of the first drivers here out on track looking for lap times to work. Other drivers trying to feel out the pace, try and find a dry line quickly as they go through. This is a tough qualifying, and the first laps start right about now with the likes of Chris Shepherd going first, looking to try and find himself a little bit of improvement as these laps go. Davin Mrozek is the first driver though out on track, and that's going to be telling here. Mrozek is going to be the first big benchmark.
Indeed. So just well, that was Nathan Missage running wide. I thought I saw someone going off the road, but never mind. So we still have 13 minutes left in qualifying. We're about to see what the first benchmark time is going to be. It's probably going to be quite significantly slower than the laps from the first two qualifying sessions that we've seen, because of course the track has so much less grip. I've noticed actually that the drivers do all appear to still be on slick tyres, so it's not wet enough for wet tyres yet, but it may be getting to that stage because a lot of the drivers are really weaving around. And if it... Oh wait, no, never mind. I do see some drivers on wet tyres, but there are still definitely some on slicks, including Davin Mrozek, who's at a 101.92, so the track isn't much slower than it was before. And one thing that's interesting to note is, if it continues to rain, the chances are these are going to be the quickest drivers, that the quickest laps that the drivers set. However, if the rain stops, and actually I'm not sure it's raining like right now. Oh, it is. Okay. So if the rain stops, the track could get faster, but if not, then this might be it, and we may have Mrozek on pole, followed by Tokarev, D'Amelio, and Voch, and Lana. And still, there are some pretty quick drivers who haven't set laps. Simoncic, Kapamagian, neither of those have actually set laps yet. They need to get a move on, because it could be their only chance.
It certainly could do at the moment. The only man in the 101s is Davin Mrozek. They are 3 seconds a lap slower now around this track because of the rain has gone through. Mikael Parry down to 12th place after his lap times that have come through. Jan Vojnica is in 6th. Tom Lombard in 7th. Henri Sinnick in 8th. Miguel de los Rios 9th. And Alfie Lawrenson rounds out the top 10 for the moment. But it is very tempting to be all changed. Sinnick moves up into 7th. Hemmingson, they're up into 5th. And also, you have to remember, you can still warm those tyres up. It's going to take a longer challenge to make sure that it gets itself up to temperature, but it is very, very difficult to get them all up through. Simoncic is desperately trying to warm his tyres up. Kapamagian is looking to try and get his first laps in on the board as well, as everybody is trying desperately to find some sort of heat in the tyre.
Kapamagian's on wet tyres, so that's dramatic. If the slicks are faster at this point in time, Kapamagian will likely start well down the order. We'll see he's coming through the final corner. He's actually got a car ahead of him on the road. They both run slightly wide, that's to be expected. The car ahead goes into the wall, and Kapamagian is going to cross the line, and I expect, and he goes 8th. Oh, he would have expected and hoped for better than that. I think he's just too late to set his lap effectively, and we'll see if he can go quicker than that. And unfortunately, I doubt it. And that may end up being his starting position. Still, we haven't seen laps yet from Rovers, Robbins, and Tam. Simoncic did set what was technically a lap. It was a 109.381, so that's a long way off the pace. He's going to be going for it again. And that lap there, I think he was only just trying to warm the tyres. But if I was him, I'd have gone for it and set a banker lap, because again, you never know when you're going to get another chance. The rain is still coming down. It's not heavy, but it's still coming down. The track is still getting wetter. And Simoncic gets sideways. That was close. He's going to cross the line to set his first and possibly only flying lap. 14th position. He's in real trouble here. He really is. The rain continues to go down, and he will be begging for it to stop.
Well, the conditions say all you need to know. A 103 flat for Jurnej Simoncic as the vehicle goes off in front of him. This is disaster. It was Tom Lombard in 13th who had spun it down at turn number 1, Toyota corner coming off of the exit. All of a sudden, it looks like this. Mrozek on pole, Tokarev 2nd, D'Amelio in 3rd, Lana 4th, Vojnica in 5th. And then you got Hemmingson, Shepherd, Kapamagian, Sinnick, and Lawrenson. And Simoncic is only 14th. Some drivers are finding time. Some drivers are finding improvements. But remember, a wet race has so much more volatility to it towards what is going to be a dry race. So it's always going to be very difficult. As Cam Dance has a huge struggle coming out to the final corner, moves up one position to 24th on a 104.6. Says all you need to know about where his time is at the moment. It is a nightmare scenario. Rando Tam in 14th, and Simončić goes up to 5th. He found a banker of a time, and that is a 102.2 to move up to 5th. Sometimes there is a mark of a champion. I think that was just it from Jerne.
Indeed, Jerne Simončić there going up to 5th position on a continuously wettening track. He's going out onto the circuit again on slick tyres, despite the fact it's still getting wetter. And again, I think he's just hoping that the rain will stop. It's still coming down, and there's not really, well, there's still 8 minutes to go in qualifying, so there's still time. But anyway, it's worrying for him. Noah Roivas was the last driver to set a flying lap. It was 17th. He did it on the wet tyres. It may well be that the slick tyres are still slightly faster at this point in time. And I'm not seeing too many improvements now. I'm not expecting to see too many of them until potentially the rain stops, if it does.
Well, this is going to be a very difficult now 7 minutes and 50 seconds that'll be coming up for these drivers. They all are looking at the sky, hoping if they want to find improvements that the rain finds a way to stop. And it doesn't often when you look at that. You pray to a sun god and hope that there is going to be sunshine here in New Zealand. There are still more improvements out on track. Noah Roivas moves up into 15th place over the line, so that will be quite helpful for there as they all look to try and find the improvements. Last at the moment is Thomas Pasefko, currently 3 seconds off of the pace. It tells you all you need to know about these drivers, how much difference they are finding. But the top 8 drivers are split by under half a second still right now. It is still mightily close here in qualifying.
Indeed it is. And actually, 3rd and 4th place were separated by just a 10th of a second, or a 100th of a second there. It's Emilio and Lana. Lana's there just having a trip off the road as I speak. But yeah, it's still very close up the front of the field. Further back, it's a little more spread out as drivers set laps later on in unideal track conditions or on the worst tyre. And those drivers ended up losing out, it seems. I'm watching Kappa Magian at this point in the session because I expect he's going to be the driver who feels most out of place. And again, I'm not sure if he actually can go quicker. I'm not sure if the track's going to allow him to. He's got one more corner to go in this lap. Also noticed a couple of other drivers really out of position. Cameron Dance, I would have expected to have done better, but Kappa Magian now crossed the line again, not expecting it to be an improvement, and it wasn't. In fact, he was there by 3 tenths, so he's really struggling, just as everyone is in these conditions. You see the spray getting larger from behind the cars in front. I think this may be our grid.
I think it may just be, but you do not count your chickens in any race at all, be it sim racing or otherwise. You know that there could be something that maybe does find themselves a bit of improvement. Martin Hemmingsen in 7th position at the moment, finds himself 4 tenths off what he needs right now as drivers look to get out and desperately find improvements. You look at drivers though, maybe down the order. Yes, the big shock is Cam Dance in 22nd position. He's 1.6 seconds off of it. One of the things that you would say is the fact that certain other simulators, iRacing does not have rain at the moment, so it would be a foreign substance to drive on for Cam Dance.
It's very true, actually, yeah, because driving on dirt, people think it's like driving on rain, but it really isn't, because rain doesn't move in the same way that dirt does, due to it being a completely different state of matter, and as a result, driving on it is very, very different. In dirt, often you want to drive down the middle of the road, whereas with the rain, it's all about finding the dry line and knowing where the grip levels are. It's very, very, very different, and anyway, yeah, he may not be used to racing in the rain. iRacing rFactor 2, one of the most realistic racing simulators in the world, especially when it comes to things like weather. The rain physics are absolutely brilliant. I've raced in the rain myself. I do wish that the rain was a little bit more visible at times, and also I don't like the way that sometimes it starts raining when the sky is completely blue. But in terms of how it's actually going to feel here, and in terms of the track getting wetter and drier at different points in time, and how the dry line forms, etc., this is going to feel as real as it gets.
It absolutely is. It's going to be a tough challenge, as this track is going to stay getting wetter and wetter, and it's going to be a wet race, it seems, for 30 minutes, and that's not going to be what these drivers were hoping for when things started. Mrožek, Tokarev, D'Amelio, Lana, Simončić, your top 5 at the moment, but that is no guarantee for the racing. Remember, Simončić started 3rd and got himself into the race lead at turn 1, going 4 wide to get things working with 3.5 minutes and under left. You talk about drivers who made great runs. It was 4 wide in the opening race. In the second race, they came together on that opening straight. The front 2 did, but they managed to hold it together. So very much that start. Remember, starts have been difficult. Who's practiced a wet start? Nobody.
That's very true. This car's never done a wet start before. Goodness me. Well, yeah, we're about to see how that goes. But whatever the case, still the driver's just getting some practice in. It may be a good idea actually, if they don't think they can go any faster, to maybe start practicing for the race. Maybe do a race start, as you say, maybe on the exit of the pits, so as to keep out of people's way, and start doing some higher fuel runs, because let's face it, the track isn't getting any easier to drive on, it isn't getting any faster, and as a result, it may be better to focus your attention on getting better in terms of consistency and learning how the track reacts and how the car reacts to it.
Well, that's going to be key. This event, of course, is organised by World Pro Racing in collaboration with Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand as an official premiere that we are seeing right now. And it's been a fantastic premiere that we have been seeing over the course of racing so far. Anything can and normally does happen when it comes to sim racing. And they've got themselves just under 2 minutes. If there is anything left in this track to find an improvement, then they will hope that they can. But it is at the moment wishful thinking, I think, for a couple of drivers. I think they are trying to hope that things are going to just put themselves in the right place for qualifying. If things are going to stay like they are, Davin Mrožek, for the second consecutive race, is in the prime position. He's just got to work out how to get the start to work for him. He clearly had pace.
Welcome to everyone tuning in today. We are actually live on more social media platforms than ever before. We have the World Pro Racing Facebook page, we have the World Pro Racing YouTube, World Pro Racing Twitch, Raceline YouTube, Raceline Facebook, and Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand Facebook. That is an insane number of platforms, but we are glad to be broadcasting for all of them, and for bringing World Pro Racing and sim racing in general to more viewers than ever before.
Well, it is some fantastic battling that we have seen in terms of how races have gone in the opening couple that we've had for the heats. But now in the feature, the big issue has been who has put themselves in the best place possible. It has not worked out for some drivers. Cam Dance has found improvement up into 18th place on the 103 flat. He's 1 second off of what is needed. Right now, the final driver, 2.1 seconds off of what is needed, is Tomas Pasevko. And now, this is very telling, actually. Look at Tokarev at the moment with 13 seconds to go. If we can get the cameras on him. He's found a small strip of track out of pit exit, and he is practicing his race starts on it in the wet. Tokarev just wants what he wants. Time expires. Mrožek will get 1 lap more in, but it is very wishful thinking at this point in time. A lot of drivers are going to struggle to find improvements unless they have just gathered together the perfect lap possible. I'm not sure everyone is going to get the perfect lap possible around this track. Paul August Lana is struggling, and round he goes. very much had to try and catch the tank, which slapped on him, and he's done very well. Keep it out of a spin. He keeps it going, but that will be a lap abandoned. He will not go any quicker. We know Mrozek is the last driver out on track looking for improvements. Yernay Simoncic, for example, out on track. He's in the grass. He won't find improvements. Tokarev, we know, will not find any improvements at all. But maybe the likes of a Tom Lombards could. A Rando Tam! Oh, Lombards with a huge slide. He tried to save it. He did just about enough. It won't be enough for position. Rando Tam will not find improvements. And very much, Bugaya there in trouble, as was Mikhail Parry spinning out to the final corner. I think we can call it pretty much. This is how qualifying looks. Davin Mrozek on pole. Vlad Tokarev second. D'Amelio and Lana on the second row. Simoncic and Voznica on the third. Hemmingson and Shepard on row 4. Kapamanjan and Henri Sinek making 5 rows. We're going to step aside for the final time here tonight. We'll be back with the race after this.
You have a dream. You have all the drive in the world. You have talent to burn. Now all you need is a chance. Toyota are committed to developing and nurturing the next generation of world-class racing drivers. Because if you can dream it, we can do it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this fantastic premiere of what is the FT-60 here on rFactor 2, of course, presented by World Pro Racing in association with Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand. And, of course, I'm Jake Sperry, joined alongside by Caitlin Penny here, broadcasting with Raceline Productions at the moment as we get ourselves ready for racing in about just over 7 minutes' time. We'll be taking ourselves over to the starting grid for proceedings. A massive thank you, of course, has to go to Chief Race Steward Adrian Fagayo, and of course you also got race director there, Adrian Fagayo, and Chief Race Steward George Muscat. On top of that, Justin Mistard on the cameras for us has done a fantastic job for the way that this has gone about. But you have to talk about what is a race that is going to be very, very telling. What is now more telling is the fact that the rain, I think, may have just stopped here in warm-up, because I'm seeing less and less spray from what I was expecting a little bit earlier on. This could be very much a case of is it, isn't it, in terms of the rain. It's so hard to tell at times what is going to happen, but it looks to me like the rain, Caitlin, may ever so slightly be easing off.
Well, a good way to tell Iris find is to pause the game. I know that you can't cast, but yeah, if I do that and see rain droplets in the sky as I do now, then it is still raining, so it's still coming down. Whether it's as heavy as it was before, I'm not entirely sure. The ambient temperature has dropped, but apart from that, can't tell you anything else apart from the fact that it's still going to be tricky conditions for these drivers. I think all of them are on wets now. I'm not surprised really. Tom Lombert's going venturing out on slicks in this warm-up session, so we'll see how he does. A couple of drivers. Oh no, arrivals on slicks as well. A couple of them out there, although they seem to be struggling at this point in time. So I wouldn't be surprised if all the drivers start on wet tyres at the start of the race. But it may well be that some drivers have to make a pit stop later on in the race if their tyre choice doesn't suit the conditions, and if the weather changes partway through.
Well, it's all about the weather. It's all about whether it's going to change, whether it's going to stay dry, whether it's going to rain, and it is such a tough battle that's going to go along. So we are going to see all about how it's going to play out at the moment. It seems like it's rain at the moment, but it looks like that track may just be drying, and that could be the one issue that drivers may be facing, is how do they manage variable conditions out on track. And I would say, Caitlin, that the truest mark of a driver, and probably arguably the best races, come in variable conditions. Everyone talks about the best variable condition race that ever happened, of course, would be Jenson Button's fantastic victory at Canada as the greatest race, where he came back from dead last twice and had 6 pit stops to win the race. That is the sort of level of things going on. And to talk about, is this track getting quicker or slower, Paul August Lana has just put 0.8 of a second on Luca D'Amelio at the front of the field. I think the track is getting quicker.
Potentially. I mean, yeah, again, I still see the rain coming down, but there is definitely a potential that it's getting faster. I've noticed Thomas Pasefko's section has actually been cut short because he went off the road, entered what is known as a restricted area, basically a place where rFactor 2 doesn't want you to be, and he's been disqualified from the warm-up session. That wasn't a steward decision, that was just automatically done by the race, so that's going to restrict his warm-up time unless one of the stewards knows how to undisqualify him. Otherwise, another way you can do it is by changing car, but I think that would mess up his qualifying results, so he wouldn't want to do that. But anyway, so problems for Thomas Pasefko, but I'm sure it won't be too bad. Everyone else just testing. Well, there are more drivers on slicks than there were before, so I do wonder whether it's getting drier. Yeah, in fact, a lot of the drivers near the top end of the order are on slicks now, so I think drivers just testing to see if it's ready, and there's definitely a dry line. Again, despite the fact the rain is still coming down, there's definitely a dry line down the, around some parts of the track, so I think there is going to be more strategy than I thought.
Well, this is so interesting right now. Paul August Lana is a second quicker than Filippo Caneo in second place, David Mrozek in third. If that doesn't tell you all you need to know about we do not know who's going to win, well, we don't know who's going to win. They've got 2 3/4 minutes to figure out a tyre choice, and they, I think, are all probably now going to say, well, now we're starting to find pace. Now we are within maybe 2 seconds of what we want. D'Amelio's just done a 1 minute point 2. This track's drying. I think everyone's going to slicks.
Yeah, yeah, I'm surprised by that because it does tend to be that if it keeps raining, it keeps getting wetter. But I presume because the ambient temperature is so high, the rain on the track is actually evaporating faster than it can settle, which is why the track's getting drier despite the rain still coming down. The rain must have eased off from what it was earlier, and that does provide an interesting case of, you know, do you start on slicks and risk it starting to rain, or do you start on wets and risk it not raining?
Well, the other big issue is how on earth do you make a move when you have to get off of the dry line to go and make the move on slicks into the wet to go make the overtake? Suddenly, you now start to wonder if you're on that right-hand side of the grid stalls, and those are the odd-numbered grid stalls here, Caitlin, very quickly. That's a huge disadvantage for this start. You've not got the dry line.
That's very true, actually. That does tend to affect people in the wet more than in the dry. Of course, you are affected slightly in the dry by being off the racing line because there's less grip, so your car struggles to get away more. But in conditions like this, where there's a clear dry line, that's going to be even more relevant, even more evident. And yeah, it's well, they call rain the big equalizer, but at the start of the race, it's completely the opposite.
It certainly can. 50 seconds away, the start of our feature, and it's double distance as well. Anything can happen, normally does, and now you start thinking about the rain, which has come along before, thrown a spanner in everyone's plans in terms of practice, in terms of qualifying, in terms of now the warm-up. It has now gone the other way, and is throwing more spanners into more works, and suddenly everybody now is scratching their head going, well, I don't know what to believe of this weather anymore. It seems like we got 4 seasons in 20 minutes. That's not going to be very helpful for drivers here today as they look to get themselves ready for action, which will just look to conclude this warm-up in 10 seconds' time. Luca D'Amelio is currently the fastest man overall, 59.870. We were talking about 101s, 102s not too long ago. That's how much the track has dried up, 2 seconds over the last few minutes. Now, all of a sudden, you start looking at how is this going to play out. Warm-up is complete. We'll have 1 procession lap to come along, and my goodness, Caitlin, is this going to be the most interesting race I've seen in a very, very long time in sim racing?
Absolutely, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this, actually. I've been looking forward to it all day, but this is just adding a bit of extra spice to it. And we're now heading to the formation lab, getting ready for the start. So there you have the order lining up in front of you, with Mrocek and Tokarev on the front row, and we're about to see who goes onto the grid on what tyres. Mrocek went out on slicks immediately and then went back to the pits again, and he's now come out again on slicks. I'm looking to see if anyone's going onto the wet tyres. Actually, not everyone is on the grid yet, so we can't. Mrocek went to the pits and came back out on wets. So, oh no, it is slicks. It's just my game was refusing to load that. So he is on slicks. I'm looking to see, well, I don't think anyone is on wets at this point in time. It may be that my game hasn't loaded yet. There are some drivers starting from the pits on wets, though.
Mrocek's one of them.
Yeah, Mikhail Parry is starting from the pits on wets. And David Mrocek, yeah, he dived back into the pits. He's gone onto wets. I think he intended to go into wet tyres and then go out to start from the pit. Well, he's exiting the pit lane, and normally you don't get to do that if you've been...
Wow.
Yeah, normally you don't get to do that if you've missed the formation lap.
Well,
and there's drivers who've spun, and Nathan Mifsud is off the road, and there's someone else who's spun. So I wonder whether it really is too wet for slicks.
Who knows? It's madness at the moment, but Vlad Tokarev at the moment will take to the start, and it's all madness. But
and I tell you what, that was caused by Danny Robbins. Danny Robbins lost control on the straight, went across the grass.
Wow.
Completely in control, and slammed into the side of Nathan Mifsud. That's bizarre.
It is, but welcome to sim racing right now. Welcome to madness, confounded by the weather. Vlad Tokarev will take his place at the front. question becomes, at what place do you take your start? D'Amelio leaves a lot of room in his grid stall, even more for Paul August Lana, who wants as much of a run-up as possible. I think every driver right now is in a little bit of a position where they don't want to be. Rando Tam is coming down into pit lane to get himself some wet tyres. Now that is telling you something. Nobody knows what is going on at this point in time. You've still got drivers there like Davin Mrozek. He'll make his way around the final corner. We'll see what is going to happen to him, and he will have to come back down in onto pit road again. So Mrozek decides it's time to come down in. One driver waiting to get himself into position. That's going to be Mikael Parry. But this is an absolutely crazy start to a race. The race leader will now have to come down in, back onto the lane. Vlad Tokarev will be on in the grid on his own, unchallenged on that front row. Welcome to sim racing if this is your first time. This is as good as it gets. D'Amelio, Lana, Simoncic, Voznica, they've all got a chance, though, when they come here and they race. And now 30 minutes will become the longest 30 minutes that you will find in a very, very long time. A long hold to get before we get ourselves to the starting procedure. And
I think we must be waiting for someone.
It's a very long hold. I think it may be Rando Tam, who is down on pit road. So Mrozek will get put onto the grid for all of this. So somehow he gets onto the grid. I don't know what on earth is happening here. There's a jump, and there's a go, and Mrozek's not gone. Bang! Into the wall, and it's Simoncic who's hit him. There's more dramas that go on, and it's a disaster. 5, 6, 7, 10 cars involved. We've had ourselves the Spa-Francorchamps moment, and it's a huge accident that takes half the field out in the blink of an eye.
I have never seen that before in my life. I have no idea how this car's entered the grid. Mrozek wasn't expecting it either. He didn't get going because he didn't know where he was. He's just typed in the chat what happened. Absolutely no one knows. He just suddenly and the race is being restarted.
Race restart.
The race is being stopped. That is a good decision because no one knows what just happened or why Mrozek and Tam just suddenly appeared on the road when they really should have been starting from the pit lane. And Mrozek, of course, being in front of the pack, when he didn't get going, everyone just slammed straight into him. I am just so glad that didn't count.
Well, let's calm down, everyone. Let's calm down. And everything that's just happened now, just take a big, deep breath. Sometimes when you get new things like this that happen, it happens all the time. It's happened in Rainbow Six Siege, for example. If things go wrong, sometimes the best thing to do is hard reset. We'll get another formation lap going along. We'll still have 30 minutes on the clock, but everything that had just happened, and it was a huge accident from something that nobody had expected, nobody had predicted, with the changeable conditions on what do you do, are you allowed to go, are you not? Sometimes the best thing to do is take a step back, take a deep breath, and restart everything again. So a lifeline for Davin Mrozek after everything that had all happened. Caitlin, I think this is the gift to the gods, a second chance for so many drivers, especially driver in 5th place, Jurne Simoncic.
Well, goodness gracious me. Okay, so looking down the order, we're starting in the same order that we would have been otherwise. I believe everyone is starting on, well, I said that. I thought everyone was starting on wet tyres. I reckon Jan Woznia's on slicks here. So Jan Woznia is on slicks. And looking to see if anyone else has gone for slicks. I think it's only Voznica, so that could be an inspired decision. He is the odd one out in this race, and I expect he'll probably struggle at the start. But if the rain stops or it doesn't come down any harder, he may well end up picking up places later on, potentially. Now, onto the grid everyone goes. We'll see if this start goes a bit cleaner. It should do, since we don't have any drivers at least starting from the pit lane. Yeah, goodness me, I've never seen anything like that happen in my entire time commentating sim racing. Simoncic just slightly overshot his box. He's repositioned himself now. That's all okay. He's not going to get a penalty for that because he's repositioned himself. Everything is fine. The drivers at the back of the order just slotting into place. And when we get the lights, it'll be Mrozek and Tokarev side by side.
And look how much room Davin Mrozek's left in his box. He is not comfortable with being right up there. So expect a lot to happen here. Take two, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it has to happen. Take a deep breath. They've had the big incident already. Lights on, engine notes rise, and let's put 30 minutes on the clock, and let's get ourselves going. It's a better start. It's a clean start this time. But Mrozek with that disadvantage, already in trouble here as they make the run to turn number 1. Mrozek's got to defend hard on that inside. Tokarev goes around the outside. Is there enough room at the end? Yes, there is. One vehicle goes off, a couple vehicles go off into the background, and there is going to be dramas. They all try and funnel and rejoin back on circuit here with this rain. It seems all okay for the moment, but ultimately Tokarev leads. Mrozek under pressure. D'Amelio wants to get in on this as well. Simončić up into 4th as drivers now try and weave and find a way through the spray.
Amazingly, there was no contact. Danny Robbins did go off at the back, but he went off completely by himself. He's now rejoined the field. He's at the back. Oh, contact in the hairpin, and more drivers off the Boyden. That was Mikael Parry getting it all wrong because he was hit by Janar Titus. That was all caused by Titus getting into the back of Parry, and 4 or 5 drivers got spewed off into the grass as a result of that. But I think everyone's going to still be in the race, and I don't think there are any missing wings or whatever. It was only minor contact. Tokarev leads the race, followed by Mrozek and D'Amelio, and then Simončić as we complete the first lap of the race. I believe all of the cars are somehow in 1Ps.
Danny Robbins will have a stop-go penalty, though, so he will still have to go and serve that after what happened on the opening restarts as they got themselves together. So Tokarev's advantage, 0.8 of a second over Mrozek. D'Amelio in 3rd. Simončić a mile away in 4th place. He's a full 1.3 seconds, 1.5 seconds off of D'Amelio in 3rd place. So Simončić, a long road he's got if he wants to start the way that he ended 2019. So we'll keep an eye on that. Side by side, Rando Tam under pressure. Oh no, Nathan Misford so deep in, and he takes out Matthew Bugea down at turn 5. It's the difficult corner, and it's the one that's caught everyone out. That was Nathan Misford missing his braking point.
And I correct myself, at the end of the first lap, there actually were 2 drivers who came down into the pit lane with missing front wings. I'm not surprised. There's Janar Titus and Mikael Parry who were involved in the lap 1, turn 5 incident, and they will be a lap down once they exit the pits, I expect. Everyone now completing the 2nd lap of the race, and now putting their cars a lap down as they come out of the pits. We're possibly going to get more drivers into the pit lane this lap as a result of the incidents we saw as well. In fact, we will, because, well, Bugea stays out despite the fact he's got a missing front wing. He'll probably regret that. Big close call on the pit exit. That's a close one. Danny Robbins, oh well, actually he already had a drive through. He's just having that assigned to him now, and that's for the incident on the race. Well, the first starts. Yes. Formation lap, despite the fact that's not going to affect the order now. It was still clumsy driving, and he's still going to have to pay the price for it. And well, he stays out this time around as well, but he still has time to serve it.
Well, he certainly does have time, but at the moment it seems like it's all about who's made gains and who hasn't. Paul August Lane is down 4 places off of where he was off the start. He qualified in 4th. He's now back down into 8th place at the moment. Won't be too happy about that. Kapamandajan up 3 places from where he was. He's going to be happy with that, up in 6th place. But at the moment, abstaining at the front of the field, stays at 1.1 seconds between Davin Mrozek and Vlad Tokarev at the moment. Those two are at the front, and don't count out Luca D'Amelio. They're in 3rd. He's trying to stay on this back of the pack at the moment on this 30-minute race, and it's a big 30-minute race as well. Side by side, Miguel de los Rios, Cam Dance on the attack, trying to get himself through. Down the inside, up and under. Oh, that's a beauty from Cam Dance. He's got to try and get it sorted at the next stage. Yes, he does. Next up is the legendary Michi Hoyer.
Indeed, Hoyer having his own fight with Noah Rivers the outside of him on the entrance to turn 5, but I think that was just to get himself out of the spray, because he's not close enough for a move just yet. And look at that spray. It's bad from this camera view, and it's even worse when you're trying to drive, because you really want to concentrate and you've got these particles just flicking up into your face. And I can tell you from personal experience, that's not a very nice situation. I've had it both in real life and in sim racing. Rover's got a little bit squirrely out of the final corner there. Hoyer's definitely going to get a better run towards turn 1 here, and Rover's knows it, takes a look, well, sticks to the inside, says that Hoyer has to go round the outside if he's going to complete the move. And there's no room through, so Roivers holds the position. That was good defense from Roivers, and continues in 11th place.
Oh, off the road. Oh, does very well to hold it, does Michi Hoyer, but now Cam Dance on the rear in that battle. That's going to be careful. Here's Alfie Lawrenson, though, against Tom Lombards. This is going to be a very tough little scrap between them. 9th and 10th on the road. A little look up into Higgins' corner. Not quite there, though, to make the move. So Alfie Lawrenson trying to find a way through. Struggles, though, for Lombards on the exit. Took 2 or 3 stabs to get the power down. Just about managed it. But ultimately, has it cost him in terms of this run? Well, yes, it has, because looking down the inside is Lawrenson, but he did not have the chance to get it through. Can he gather it on the exit? Running wide there was Lombards. It's so difficult to hold the traction, and ultimately does not work. Lombards drops the place to Lawrenson, but could come back at Toyota.
Matthew Begayer is our first retirement.
Oh no, they came together.
And who's come together?
That's Lawrenson, and he's around in turn 1 at Toyota. He got ran into the back of by Tom Lombard, and it all ends in tears. Unfortunately, no barrier for Lawrenson, no wings missing. He falls back into 17.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate one there. Lawrenson returning to the track in 17th sit. Oh, he's off again. Lawrenson goes off again. Through goes Jason Muscat. So Muscat goes through to 17th. Lawrenson now down to 18th. Those two having a difficult race so far. I must say I was expecting more today from Muscat. Cano there getting his slow exit to the hairpin, and that's because he's been off the road. He's been on the grass through turn 5 there, drops to 21st position. Through go Robbins and Mifsud, and it will change further back as Tokarev there has extended his lead to a second. D'Amelio actually got closer to Mrozek in the last 2 laps, and Mrozek there running slightly wide at the entrance to turn 2, so still potentially on for second position. I wouldn't be surprised if the lead fight is not quite over yet either, but yeah, definitely the majority of it going on further back.
Well, it's still going on as well. Remember, Tokarev, Mrozek and D'Amelio, from where they were a couple of laps prior, have got no difference in terms of their times. They've stayed together, and Can Dance is ahead, or trying to get ahead here, of Noah Roivers, and that's Hoyer off the road as well. So what on earth has happened just there? As they headed through turn 1, Hoyer went to attack Roivers through turn number 2, and did they come together through that section? Oh, yeah, yes, they did. There was contact between them. Hoyer went straight on. Roivers had no pace after the Castrol S's, and all of a sudden, you got Hoyer there in 12, and suddenly Cam Dance in 10th, and you've spotted something.
Yeah, Wash has just been into the wall. He's lost his front wing. He was running 18th. He's now going to be further down the order. Also, we've lost Danny Robbins, who's done exactly the same thing at exactly the same corner, and has retired from the race. Wash is struggling to get his car back onto the track because he was going over the curb there, and the underside of his car was acting as a skateboard, effectively. Tom Lombert's now in the pits as well, and that's because he's got a drive-through penalty for something. Oh wait, that was for running into the back of someone, wasn't it? Yeah, the back of Lawrenson. Mitchie Hoyer's had an off at turn 1. He's been through the gravel and rejoined. He's down in 14th place behind Cynic and Tam. And goodness me, yeah, a couple of drivers in real problems at this point in the race.
Yes, and the battle on for 5th place as Luis Felipe Capamandajan binds Martin Hemmingson in this battle for 5th and 6th. They are 5 seconds off the lead at the moment. Tokarev has been reeled back into under a second. D'Amelio is reeling in on Mrozek, and Juraj Simončić is reeling in on everyone at the moment. He's 1.4 seconds back, so the top 4 all closing in on each other at the moment. It's fantastic to see. Here's the battle for 5th. Hemmingson runs together with Capamandajan. They both keep it on the island, so no harm, no foul. But Capamandajan, that's a warning shot. You don't want to do that too much more often, especially when the stewards are watching.
That was very close. Yeah, they were rubbing wheels all the way through the braking zone into turn 1, but keeping it under control. Hoyer and Muscat side by side now over 14th. No, that's not Muscat, that's Rando Tam over 13th and 14th, and someone's been off, have they? No, it's just Nathan Mifsud going through the pit lane. So Hoyer getting ahead of Rando Tam there. Mifsud, I don't think he had a missing front wing or anything. Alfie Lawrenson is now retired from this race, so yeah, they're dropping like flies at this point, it seems. Oh, there was a lag issue. Alfie Lawrenson came together with Henri Cynic, who Well, Cynic lagged back there into Lawrenson, and that's no fault of Lawrenson's there. That's a big, big shame. He really shouldn't be out of the race right now, but unfortunately he is. Tom Lombard has been into the wall again. He braked on the grass and hit the barrier at turn 1. He's resumed the race and possibly has some suspension damage now. Sorry?
Rovers trying to get down the inside of the Cam Dance. This for 9th and 10th place. Not quite there at the moment, but it was nearly an opportunity. There will be chances a little later down the road. Here's Capamandajando. Oh no, they come together. Round goes Hemmingson. Hemmingson runs straight into Chris Shepherd with a huge accident. And that will be the end of Hemmingson with suspension damage. Shepherd's day all but done as well.
Yeah.
2 drivers out in the blink of an eye.
And further up ahead, D'Amelio came together with Marocek. D'Amelio ran into the back of Marocek. They came together. D'Amelio lost the play. In fact, Simoncic is up to 2nd in all of that. So Simoncic gets up to 2nd as further behind Campamagian and Hemmingson have similar incident, taking Hemmingson out of the race. Chris Shepherd made contact with him. Shepherd is also out of the race now. So yeah, drama here at Manfeild Grand Prix Circuit. We're only a third of the way through the race, sorry, but we suddenly have plenty of retirements and incidents. Drivers dropping through the order. Tokarev now leads by 2.8 seconds from Simoncic, and then it's Marocek and D'Amelio. So we've got a 3-way scrap for 2nd place after the contact between Marocek and D'Amelio. And Capamaggian recovers in 5th place, but yeah, carnage.
Carnage indeed. It promotes Paul August Lana into 6th. Cam Dance up into 7th. Noah Roivers in 8th. Miguel de los Rios in 9th. And Hoyer back inside the top 10 just a couple of laps ago. He was in 14th place. But, crucially, Jurnej Simoncic is got the bit between his teeth. The gap is down already on this lap from 2.8 to 2.1 seconds. So now all of a sudden Marocek's been dropped. The tyre temp is there for Jurnej Simoncic. And this is the mode which everybody falls in love with Jurnej about. He's got the gap down to 2.1, and all of a sudden, Vlad Tokarev is at the same mercy as so many great sim racers before him.
Indeed, it's also very close for 3rd place. I'm keeping an eye on D'Amelio and Marocek. These two came together just a lap and a half ago, and they're still fighting, and Jason Muscat's had an incident.
Yeah, he's off for the final corner, and that's not the way that you want that one to go. So he found himself off just a little bit too wide. He was on his own as well, which made things just that little bit worse. He gets himself through, tries to run the wide line, tyre on the grass, and that is you in the gravel and trying to fend off 13th place now, or 12th place from Caneo, and failing. So that very much says all you need to know. D'Amelio's off. D'Amelio's off. What on earth has happened there? He was fighting hard with Davin Roger. Can they come together at Higgins' corner?
No,
we'll have a look at it and see exactly what's happened. I believe
D'Amelio
they
just
have.
pulled off and
D'Amelio's
retired.
out. I think D'Amelio is that is it. He goes through the right-hander unless he's had a failure of some kind.
I think he
that's
has.
it. It's a non-finish.
I think he has, because D'Amelio suddenly
That was a
pulled off.
drive-through and he said no.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So he got a drive-through and didn't react well to it, I suppose. Just pulled off the road. That's a shame, I suppose, because it's a one-off event. He's not going to be losing any points to it. That is a shame, but anyway, out of the race now, and that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 retirements.
And 8 retirements nearly became 9. Look at Noah Roivers. He's all over the back of Cam Dance. This is the battle for 6th place now on the road. Roivers trying everything. Remember, Cam Dance started 19th in this field. He is now up into 6th place. He's up 13 places in 13 minutes. Tells you all you need to know about how good he's been today. Roivers can't find a way through. Look at Jurnej Simoncic, though. He's got that gap down to 1.3 seconds on Vlad Tokarev, and he's got himself half the race to get that within a second and to make the move.
Amazing. So, the race continues. Roivers there did take a look at Cam Dance. They're taking different lines through the final corner. Roivers a bit more to the inside. Dance taking a more traditional karting style lining. But it worked out pretty much the same for both of them. And now it seems that, as Miguel de los Rios gets involved and slides. Miguel de los Rios there took a look to the outside of Noah Roivers, tried to get into that battle, make it a 3-way fight, lost control, and through went Mitchie Hoyer to 8th place.
Yeah, and Michi Hoyer will be very happy with that place. It's a very comfortable one as well, so he'll be very, very pleased with the way that's gone for him. So Hoyer up now into 8th place, De Los Rios in 9th, Tam rounding out the top 10 at the moment here in this field. Half distance will be score complete very, very soon, but it is Tokarev from Simoncic, then it's Mrozek in 3rd, Kapamanjian in 4th place, then it's Lana in 5th, Dance 6th, Roivas 7th, Hoyer 8th, fighting De Los Rios for 9th, and Rando Tam rounding out the top 10. Hoyer, though, under pressure heading towards the very, very fast turn 7 Dunlop corner. No chance to make the move. De Los Rios not close enough to get it to work. Big slide from Michi, trying to save it. And now all of a sudden, here comes Miguel. To the outside, he'll have to go to try and get the move done. A tough place to get it done around the outside at turn 1. Has he got enough? But that is some brilliant car placement from Michi Hoyer to make sure that he's get that going. A little bit of a puddle maybe for Michi. And all of a sudden, back to the inside goes Miguel De Los Rios into the Castrol S's. And Hoyer's gone too deep. And there's the position gone.
That's the 3rd time Michi Hoyer has been over the grass at that corner so far today. He knows that line better than anyone else. But yeah, rejoins the track behind Miguel De Los Rios. He's in 9th place now. De Los Rios up into 8th place as we're speaking. I noticed the top 2 drivers in this race didn't win either of the heats. Of course, one of our heat winners is Aert, and the other one is 3rd place. And Nathan Missett is now going through the pit lane. He's missing a front wing. Yep. He took a penalty earlier on, and he's done a Jason Muscat. He's understeered off at the final corner, and had a very, very similar incident to Jason, just understeering into the wall.
Well, that's 2 molten drivers who have found themselves into the wall, which is not quite what they were hoping for. So that's not the way that their races have wanted to go. Both of those drivers now really struggling. Muscat in 12th, Misford in 15th place at the moment. But it is still Tokarev who leads this field. But you start looking now, and the gaps are starting to just widen and open just a little bit in terms of can anybody catch anybody else. There's a car off. And that is a lapped vehicle who is off the road. That's Mikael Parry, just trying to stay out of the way, and he did so very egregiously, so to speak. He was off out of the way by a mile.
He was actually hit. He was hit
Wow.
there by, well, it was by Rando Tam, and no fault of Tam's, I think. I think that was just Parry being a bit unpredictable there, and that's why Parry was so far off the road there. And I think it's just lucky that Tam didn't pick up any. Didn't pick up any damage. He didn't hit the suspension, and his front wing's still attached, so I presume he's okay. And yeah, that was a close one.
It was a close one, but so is the battle at the front. It was down to 8 tenths over the line. It's the middle sector where Yerne is making his time up. He lost 3 tenths in the opening sector that last time by, but again, he uses the draft down to Denny Holm to try and get himself to Higgins' corner, and he just eats up time for breakfast, lunch and dinner. It's 4 tenths in the middle sector, gap back to 7 tenths of a second. That tells you all you need to know. He's pulled out 4 seconds over David Mrozek, who is by no means a slouch in terms of a driver, and Mrozek's actually falling back into Luis Felipe Capamanjan, who's running the same times as Tokarev right now.
More incidents. We've had Cameron Dance fall off the road. He was running in 6th place. He dipped a wheel onto the grass just before the braking zone for turn 5, but it was actually on the other side of the track to the one we're used to seeing, and he's resumed in 8th position, being passed by Noah Rovers and Miguel De Los Rios. And also, we had a short off there for Thomas Pasefko. He didn't lose a place, he's still running in 14th, but he lost a lot of time. Now we've had Tom Lombert spinning, so Lombert has had a spin, and that is at turn 4. He got on the curb, and that curb is very, very wet, so they're 3 in a row.
And a car off, and I didn't quite catch who that was. It's Mrozek. Mrozek's out. He's gone straight on at turn 5, and that was not what he was wanting. So Mrozek out of nowhere. I don't think there was any contact there. But look at this. He just goes through, sees the vehicle off, misses his braking point then, and all of a sudden it's the skating rink. Straight on, into the wall, and David Mrozek's day is done in the tyres at turn 5. So that promotes everybody up. It brings Kapamanjan onto the podium, and suddenly there's one less thing to worry about for Yerne Simoncic. All of a sudden, the gap is a second for Vlad Tokarev, who's now got himself 11 minutes to survive, but he horribly misses the apex through turn 1, trying to get it slowed down. Simoncic will gather at least 2 or 3 tenths from that mistake.
Yeah, Moroche there was distracted by Tom Lomberts and has retired from the race. We've now got a drive to make our parry for that incident with Rando Tam a couple of laps ago. He's last anyway, so that's not going to affect him much, but whatever the case. Yeah, disaster for David Morochek, and that is the most frustrating feeling when you go skating straight on. Just ask Charles Leclerc what's happened here.
Tokarev very nearly took the lap traffic to town, and it was so close to being an absolute total disaster, but he's so lucky he's not clipped the lap traffic, so Tokarev survives to tell the tale, but you can see why he was, because Simoncic is within half a second. He was trying to usurp every bit of draft he possibly could, going through the corners. Oh, he gets a massive slide as well. Simoncic, now is your moment to try and close this gap down. The gap, 0.2 of a second over the line. Hard defense to the inside from Tokarev. Here comes Simoncic to the outside. He can't get it done. Can he gather it on the exit? Well, he's tried to. He's got a superb run coming off of the exit. He tries, he looks every which way. He will not find it through turn 2, and somehow Tokarev survives for the moment.
That's fantastic defense from Tokarev. I thought that for sure he was done, and he's got away with it. You know, he's still running in the lead despite being a little bit all over the place in places. This is Yanni Simoncic on his tail, and he's bending him off. Here we go. Yanni Simoncic takes a look to the inside, trying to startle Tokarev. He's seen that Tokarev's been a bit nervous with Simoncic in his mirrors.
Probably wants it.
That's a slide for Tokarev, and through goes Simoncic. There's going to be no holding him back there. Simoncic may have started from 5th place in this race, but he's leading now, and that's what matters to him.
And we were talking about in qualifying how he was down in about 18th position. He found the magical lap that brought him up to 5th when the rain was pouring down harder. All of a sudden, Jerne Simoncic does what Jerne does best. In the second half of a race, he is unstoppable as a force. And he has caught Vlad Tokarev. He caught 3 seconds, and Tokarev all of a sudden, in all sorts of worries, now has nothing to do. You can ask as well about Kapamanajan as well, because he is there in 3rd place. He's had a fantastic drive. He could very well catch Tokarev here, who is struggling at the moment with these conditions. He's trying everything to get himself back in, and all of a sudden Cam Dance is back up into 6th place after dropping 2 places to Tam and Lana, and Lana's straight on here at turn 1.
Yeah, Dance passed Lana, and well, he passed him a lap ago, and this time Lana's been off the road. The pass was just straightforward. He gained the other place when Rodchek retired, but anyway, Lana going off the road, and that means that Rando Tam now is up into 7th position, having a very good drive. He wouldn't have expected to have been fighting for 7th after the qualifiers, but he has kept it very clean in the wet. As have the top 5 drivers. Noah Roivers really has come out of nowhere in this race. He started outside of the top 10. He's 4th place at the minute and doing a great job. But yeah, Yanni Simoncic already building out the gap for the lead to 1.7 seconds. That's really big for the amount of time that he's been leading for, and it just shows you how much car control Yanni has.
Yeah, and that was some brilliant battling that they've had going on. And of course, these stewards as well. FAA licenses, Cam Dance has gone around at the final corner, and that's not worked out for him. He drops 2 positions because of it. Gets himself in. He's deep in on the power. He's trying to gather it up on the exit. He's just caught the curb on the exit there, and he does himself a Felipe Massa 360, the worst type of 360, and it gives him 2 positions lost. He's just giving it back to Lana and Tam again.
Meanwhile, Tom Lomberts into the pits and has retired. So Lomberts has given up, and that means we have 15 drivers remaining in this race. But yeah, big spin for Cam Dance that last time around. I suppose that's why they call him Cam Dance, because he's good at pirouettes. But anyway, Lana now side by side with Tam. Sorry, that was quite a mean joke of me, actually. I do apologise. But anyway,
Cam would like it.
Sorry?
Cam would like it.
Indeed. Well, he's up the inside of Tam anyway. Is Lana up into 6th place, and Tam down into 7th. I didn't mean to imply that Dan spins a lot, just that he spun then.
Yeah, exactly. But the battle on as well for 4th place. Delos Rios and Roivers going at it 4th and 5th. At the moment, it seems like it's an eternity away for everybody else. Simoncic is now the fastest man on track by some distance. at the moment. He's put 3 seconds on Vlad Tokarev. Kapamanajan is staying within 3 seconds of Tokarev as well, so it's going to be mighty tight between them at the moment. But there are a couple of battles. Of course, Dance has now caught the back of Lana, who is struggling at the moment out on track. On top of that, De Los Rios heading himself against Roivers. Roivers at the moment just has the gap, and he'll be happy with that gap at the moment. Just keep it manageable at around half a second. I can't be attacked if he's that far back, so he's doing well for the moment. But Cam Dance here in 8th place wants to get back into 7th past a struggling Paul August Lana.
So there have been a lot of penalties and a lot of incidents today, sadly, although we do have to thank our live FIA licensed stewards. Of course, it's always great to have live stewards at an event. It means that you don't have to go tweaking and fiddling with the results once the race is finished, which no one likes. You can have it done and dusted at the time to solve all sorts of confusion. So to George Muscat, our lead steward, and everyone else who is helping to make the stewarding cool, it is very much appreciated. Meanwhile, Dance is now attacking Lana again, and De Los Rios
just about survives. I just saw it have a weird moment there, but he does survive. It looked like things were going to go straight on for him. He ends up okay, and yeah, very much not what you want to see when it comes to sim racing. Sometimes does happen. It caught me very much off guard.
Yeah, luckily it was a lag spike. Nothing actually happened there. He
Look at Hoya
just driving his own race on his screen, but yeah, it certainly looked scary, and well, luckily nothing untoward actually happened in reality. But anyway, Lana was able to hold off Dance while that all happened. Just kept it steady, forced Dance to go into the wetter part of the track, and Dance knew he had to back out of it. Dance will now have to focus on getting slipstream.
Mishi, what a drift! Go Tokyo style, my friend. As you go through the final corner, he drifted that through and did so well to save it. That's a wonderful save.
It really was, yeah, that was proper car control there. Almost looked like he was racing on dirt in Street Stock or something. But anyway, keeping it under control, running in 9th position. And he's going to be under attack from Filippo Canio if he's not careful. Canio not that far behind him as it stands. He wouldn't want to finish in the double-digit numbers. He'd be... Oh, and Paul August Lana's run off. Paul August Lana there. Look like, oh yeah, that's a classic case of wheels in the grass, off you go. Through goes Dance to 7th, through goes Hoya to 8th, so Hoya's a bit safer from Canio though. In fact, Canio's dropped back, so I wonder if Canio made the same mistake and went off at, well, I think he's been off earlier in the lap actually, because he dropped about, yeah, in fact he went off at turn 1, so Canio's been through the turn 1, which is why he's lost that time, and that gives Michi Hoya some breathing space. He's been to 8th.
Yeah, he is up now into that 8th place. Dance runs incredibly wide through the final corner. They've only got a handful of minutes to go, so if you want to get it done, Mishi, you're going to have to do it quickly here for this 7th place. Cam Dance is no slouch. He does know how to race. He races very, very well in the OzNZ scene and has been right up there for a number of years as well, racing around. Not necessarily single-seater. He's been good in single-seater, but not his calling card, so to speak. But the Jerne Simoncic right now, it is a commanding lead. It's now up to almost 5 seconds now at the front. And get this, as he struggles here with lap traffic ever so slightly, he's got himself a 30-second lead over 4th place. Indeed, he has. That's really quite something there. He's about to put Noah Roivers 30 seconds down as well if he continues at this pace. It's almost like he's running on a dry. It looks very much like he's on a dry track. Anyway. You're absolutely right there, Caitlin. But you have to talk about how very valiant the effort has been from Vlad Tokarev. It just seems like he's used all his tyres up early to build the gap, knew he had to break away, but then all of a sudden it seemed that around 13 minutes, 14 minutes, the tyres have just decided, no, we don't want to be tyres anymore, we're cold. Yeah, indeed. But anyway, Tokarev dropping back. Who was it that started on slick? I don't think they lasted long, whoever it was. I think it was that Jan Titus? Did he make a pit stop? No, it was Jan Vosnicker, and he crashed out. So clearly the slick tyres were not the correct tyres to be on. No. And I think that was pretty evident from right back at the start of the race. Everyone's still running cleanly on these wet tyres. It's been an eventful race. Far too eventful for some people,
But up front, it's been clean. And Kapamacha, meanwhile, is actually catching Tokarev in all of this.
But he's running out of time compared to what they have left. He's got the gap down to 1.4 seconds, but Vlad Tokarev, I think, may just have the legs between now and the end of the day. Simonchich is off! Simonchich is off in the gravel, and can he bring it back on track in time? Oh my goodness, it nearly ended in disaster. Tokarev may have life yet, but it happens right at the death. Simonchich, I think there's one more lap to go. Yerne may have just got alive. No, it is the last lap. He survives disaster. That could have been the biggest lapse of concentration. Yerne Simonchich, you lucky, lucky man. He gets away with one with a victory. Tokarev second, Kappa Mandijan in third place. Noah Roilers will come home to fourth. But that so very nearly was Yerne Simonchich throwing away the win.
This is how close it was. He won by less than 9/10 of a second. Goodness me, Yerne Simonchich made the classic mistake of touching the white line in the rain, and that just pitched his car off the road. Of course it would, and he is so lucky to get away with that, but well done to him anyway. A race victory, and he would have won by even more so had he not made that mistake. But goodness me, just wanted to get our hearts racing in the last lap. Reminds me very much of when Enzo Benito did that the first time he raced with World Pro Racing. Had a big off on the final lap and still won the race. Meanwhile, Tokarev comes home second, Kapamachian third, Roivers fourth, then it's Delos Rios, Tam, Duns, Hoyer, Lana, Canio rounds out the top 10, and Muscat, Pasevko, Mifsud, Titus, and Parry. Those are the finishers. And goodness me, we had 11 non-finishers and all of that. That's quite a race of attrition.
And they include Tom Lombards, Davin Mrožek, Luca D'Amelio, Jan Woznica, Chris Shepherd, Martin Hemmingson, Henri Sinnick, Alfie Lauritsen, Thomas Vark, Danny Robbins, and Matthew Buchea as well, all running in trouble. So a lot of big names finding themselves out, but bearing some blushes. My goodness me, you cannot talk about a sim race that has been as dramatic as this. You just can't. It's just been madness. Yerne Simonchich joins us now, though, here in the commentary box. Yerne, I'm glad that you've won that race for the reason of it would be the most heartbreaking thing to see if you had the race under lock and key and all of a sudden it's gone away in the second to last corner. What happened?
I suppose I got too loose in my mind. I underbraked every lap there, so I thought that I should maybe push a little bit on the last lap, and it caught me out just slightly. But yeah, just concentration that was completely off after everything that happened. I thought it would be much harder for me to battle to the front, but then people just kept giving me positions for some reason.
Well, it seemed that positions were being given. You, of course, gained a couple of positions through the tangle between D'Amelio and Mrožek, both of whom ended up not finishing the race. So you found yourself 3 seconds back of Tokarev, had yourself nobody behind you to really challenge. Was it a case of head down and really just work for those final positions through the second half of the race?
I was saving tires, of course, so I knew that in the end I would be faster, so I would have like theoretical chance of getting into the P1, but with the spray being that heavy, it was just impossible to drive with like 5 or 6 tenths gap or less. So I just like drove a few laps behind Vlad. And then I saw he was doing some mistakes. He was pushing really hard out of the corners, which is not ideal neither for grip nor for the tire wear. And then I saw that I can just sit behind him and wait for my chance.
Well, your chance certainly did come along, and well, talk about the way to kick off your 2020. You picked up a big victory come the end at the ACO Invitational, the back end of 2019. It was the best way to end your year, and you found yourself the best way to start your new one. So in terms of how it looks for you, you have to be pretty happy that you kept the form going from one year into the next.
Yeah, like the most important thing about this race was that we had, at least I had a lot of fun. It was really fun to see the rain and to see like the nice atmosphere, also with all the reactions in Discord before the race. That was hilarious, and yeah, I'm just happy to have attended. I had lots of fun. I'm just sorry that it looked like too easy maybe from the outside, but yeah.
It seemed anything but after qualifying. But before we let you go, Jerne, shout out sponsors. Who gets it done for a big race victory?
Yeah, if you asked me that in like 1 week or 2 weeks, I would be able to shout out to a lot of sponsors. But at the moment, it's a little bit awkward situation, but I cannot say anything about sponsors. So it's just like, what? Thanks for maybe to David and to Luis for like giving me some nice thing to work on with their ultra quick lap times in the previous week.
Well, it seems that sponsors were up in the air, but something that wasn't was Jerne Simoncic's victory, a big win that he so desperately wanted. Third place, though, would go to Luis Felipe Capamanjan. He stood by with Caitlin Penny.
Indeed. So, Luis Felipe, what a race. You really came out of nowhere there at the end.
Yes, we have a horrendous qualification in the rain. I have been in the rain in the simulator like 3 times in all my life, so had a bad quali, and in the race I said, okay, doesn't matter, let's go to have fun, and fun get the results.
You seemed very fast all the way through the course of this weekend, from the first qualifying to the first race, and then of course the final as well. Wow. Were you expecting to be this fast heading into the races, and are you proud of how well you did?
Yes, I'm really happy because one, racing with very pro guys like Jerne, the Win, all that guys, and the other one is being on the podium. I didn't expect that even on the rain, so I'm very happy about it.
Of course, one of the main reasons we're here is because of Toyota Gazoo Racing and this brand new Tatuus FT-60. How did the car feel today?
It was on dry conditions. It was a lot of fun, but when it started to rain, I said, "Oh my God!" Even with my friends on the Discord channel, we started saying, "Oh no, it can be possible." But it's really enjoying. It will be challenging to move the setups, and looking forward for it.
Fair enough. Okay, well, jolly good. Very well done. Congrats on your overall third place.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there you have it. A brilliant result for Luis Felipe Capamanjan. Fantastically getting himself up into third in the late stages of the race. It could have been more, just ran out of time, as we here, of course, with this World Pro Racing sanctioned event, of course, in a big help from Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand, is about to come to a close. A massive thanks to everyone who's got it done. Of course, our FIA stewards, so to speak, Adrian Fagayo, and also George Muscat as well. They've been fantastic. Justin Mifsud on the cameras has been here fantastically for us. And of course, Caitlin Penny on my right-hand side. I've been Jake Sperry, but Jerne Simoncic just about got away with the victory. It seemed all but certain, a lock and a key with 2 big victories. But you never say never until you've crossed that start-finish line. It so very nearly ended in disaster. We'll catch you soon with Raceline, wherever you may be. And make sure you like, share and subscribe no matter where you are, on no matter what platform. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you very soon.
You have a dream. You have all the drive in the world. You have talent to burn. Now all you need is a chance. Toyota are committed to developing and nurturing the next generation of world-class racing drivers. Because if you can dream it, we can do it.